Welcome to episode 18 of An Understanding. This episode will be about Ulysses S. Grant. If you like it, listen. If you don't, eat biscuits and enjoy. They called Robert E. Lee the man of marble. They called General Thomas Jackson Stonewall, and they called Ulysses S. Grant Butcher. All three of these men are very tough men. They're very strong-willed individuals, generals, and probably the three most important generals within the Civil War itself, excluding William Tecumseh Sherman, which I'll get to at some point. All three men were tough and strong. All three of these men will break down at one point and cry during the Civil War. They will weep for the men that they would lose. The mental fortitude it takes to deal with this kind of battle, to deal with this kind of war, it's got to be insurmountable. It's got to be tough, especially for Lee and Grant. For Grant, the moment that will always be embedded within history would be the Battle of the Wilderness. On the very first day of the battle, Ulysses S. Grant kept his cool. He was with his corps commanders, and he kept saying, he was with some of his commanders, and some of the men on the battlefield, the corps leaders, I guess you could say, kept sending him conflicting messages about General Lee's movements. They kept begging for reinforcements. He had enough. He snapped at them. Oh, I am heartily tired of hearing about what Lee is going to do. Some of you always seem to think he's suddenly going to turn around and do a double somersault and land in our rear and both of our flanks at the same time. Go to your command and try to think what we are going to do ourselves instead of what Lee is going to do. The battle will rage on. Grant would see it himself. Once the day was over, Grant would receive the estimated casualty reports, saying that he lost about 18,000 men. After that first night in the wilderness, Grant, he went into his tent. He sat down, broke down, and cried very hard. Some of the staff members said they'd never seen a man so unstrung. He didn't cry until after the battle, and he would not cry when the day began next. That is Ulysses S. Grant, the general, the butcher, and the man who will defeat slavery. Ulysses S. Grant is our 18th president of the United States of America, and a fantastic and probably one of the most well-known historical figures in United States history, and a very fascinating and very complicated president, which I will get to in just a little bit. I think most of us know who Ulysses S. Grant is. Most people would know him as the commander of all armed forces and the Union forces, specifically in the North, during the Civil War of the United States of America. The man who would defeat slavery, defeat Robert E. Lee, and bring unity to the Union, I guess, in some way, shape, and form, and bring an end to the Civil War, yada, yada, yada. He's a fascinating human being, character, and truly a fascinating individual. You know, Ulysses S. Grant is going to be one of these people who, he's going to be a failure throughout his entire life. He's almost like a movie. He's perfect for a movie in a lot of ways. And ultimately, you know, I look at him as someone who's kind of like, I'm a failure at life. But then, you know what, I'm going to catch that touchdown pass at the end, then like kind of like a little bit of a Rudy. It's like, I'm a failure, but I'm going to sack that quarterback just because I prove everyone wrong, you know. One of those little things, I guess one person would probably say. He's going to achieve, I guess you could say, the grand expansiveness of his historical legacy during the Civil War, obviously, and really defeat Robert E. Lee, defeat the Southern aristocracy and dominance, and ultimately bring an end to slavery. What people don't remember sometimes is that Ulysses S. Grant was also a president. You know, I think it's really interesting, where, you know, it's fascinating with some historical figures where the thing they are most well known for isn't their presidency in a lot of ways. I mean, the only other person that I can say that the same exact thing could be said for them is, Teddy Roosevelt. Maybe Reagan, to be quite honest with you. Reagan's had a fascinating life before all that, before his own presidency. But for sure, Teddy, beyond a reasonable doubt. In fact, Ulysses S. Grant might be one of the more consequential presidents that this country's ever had. I say that about Andrew Johnson as well, but Ulysses S. Grant will be also the president during I guess you could say, the second half of the Reconstruction period within the United States of America. And his presidency is one that I think historically is deeply fascinating, not very well known, and incredibly complicated. I'll get to that in just a little bit. And I'm recording this part in particular a little bit later than I normally would. I would usually record this in order, but in this part, I had to think about it. I had to think about his entire presidency and his legacy and all that. And the truth be told, at least on the onset, it's a very complicated presidency and a very complicated period of time within this country's history. Because, you have to consider every single aspect as much as possible. The level of technological advancement that's going to go along with his presidency, the level of economic prosperity and depression that will go along with his presidency, the social unrest that's going to go along with his presidency. He's basically doing what Andrew Johnson should have done in his term as president, and ultimately going to struggle with the reality of him being president and not a general anymore. He's a very complicated person, a very complicated president, and ultimately a complicated leader. But ultimately, Ulysses S. Grant's mark in history is very well known, very succinct, and this is going to be a very fascinating episode. Because, to be honest, when I'm doing my research on him and just what people on the onset know about Ulysses S. Grant, it's going to be very interesting, to put it mildly. I'm probably going to be all over the place, so just bear with me. And I've done a lot of research on Grant, but this is going to be probably a little bit of a shorter episode because I could honestly do 3 hours on Grant's entire Civil War career alone. But I don't want to do that because I could also probably do 5 hours on his presidency, which is going to cover everything. Well, I'm not going to cover everything specifically, to be quite honest with you. But he's going to be one of the first presidents to have, I think, 2 terms, since technically Jackson, technically Lincoln, but Lincoln going to get brains blown out, unfortunately. And the first 2-term president since Jackson, for the most part, and ultimately going to be overseeing a very fascinating, very advanced, and very world-changing and country-changing period of time within this country's history. So I hope you guys like and listen, and if you guys, let's just get started. Let's just start with Ulysses S. Grant's childhood. Hiram Ulysses S. Grant, that's his name, by the way, was born on April 27th, 1822, to 2 parents, Jesse and Hannah Simpson Grant, in Point Pleasant, Ohio. They actually had trouble naming Ulysses S. Grant specifically. There was a whole bunch of different names. They ultimately ended up settling on Hiram, which is unfortunate for Ulysses S. Grant because he was ridiculed because his name specifically had the initials Hug. His parents would call him Liss, and a lot of people, when he was growing up, would call him Useless, which is pretty mean. Basically he would be called that from a kid to an adult, so that's pretty rough, to be quite honest with you. He was born the first child, the first of 6, I believe, to very, very religious and very hard-working parents. Very briefly, his father worked as a tanner, take animal hides and made them into leather, and made a pretty good living despite some rough conditions for the most part. And he grew up in Ohio, while still being a bustling and at this point I guess you could say, financially advanced, and because there's a lot more roads, rivers are being used for trade exceptionally, and I don't know if you could call it specifically a frontiers town, but it's still technically a part of the western frontier specifically. And people themselves are, he will grow up in a specific area that, had really lax laws and had a lot of capabilities for social mobile upbringing, because a lot of people could, strike it rich, and, a lot of people left to the frontier to really feel free, ultimately. And his family, in a lot of ways, ultimately ends up becoming one of these, families that would move to the Ohio. He has a very fascinating and relatively pretty long line, with his family line and ancestry, which is very different from Abraham Lincoln's, which one of the biographies for some reason points out. Grant's family legacy is very long and pretty prestigious in a lot of ways. Grant's and the family have been in America for quite some time, at least historically speaking. It's said that Matthew and Priscilla Grant, which would be, I guess you could say Ulysses S. Grant's like great grandparents, or excuse me, I don't know how many greats that would actually be. Were actually ancestors that landed in Plymouth Rock in Massachusetts one day in the summer of 1630 aboard the John and the Mary. Basically people from England and Dorset, which is, I guess, one of the southwest counties within England, and basically lived in New England effectively for a majority of their time in life, specifically Massachusetts, and then I believe later on within Connecticut. Jesse, Ulysses S. Grant's father, his father, or I guess you could say Ulysses S. Grant's grandfather, Noah Grant, apparently fought within the Revolutionary War for the better part of 6 years, and ultimately was a militiaman and a Minuteman standing along with Lexington and Concord, where the first shots were fired, and was there basically when, as a captain, rising up through the ranks within the Continental Army, there to see the flag ride, or whatever you want to say, specifically of what is his name? General Cornwallis at man, I am terrible with names right now and places. When he surrendered at Yorktown. And again, nothing is recorded about any of this, so this is all just conjecture, to be quite honest with you, at least in just this is more just like hearsay from people. This isn't actually in any records and whatnot. But then again, it's war, baby, and this period of history, while we know a lot of stuff, can be really just made up for heroic sakes and whatnot. But for the most part, what is very true is that he has had a long line of family, basically, and that Ulysses S. Grant's grandfather, he married during the Revolutionary War, and ultimately his grandmother would end up dying after the two sons, his uncle and father Jesse, were born, and specifically that the family ultimately ended up basically being, eventually implementing it into the actual lower class, effectively, where they were a prominent family, but then ultimately became broke because of drinking problems with his grandfather, apparently, and that specifically I don't believe is in dispute. Ultimately, though, his own father Jesse would rise up to the ranks when he would move to the area, I believe, in Ohio for the most part, in order to actually escape the poverty, and worked his way up as a tanner of clothing and whatnot. Grant is born specifically in a period of time where let me put it this way. It's like it's 1822. It's the era of good feelings. People are pretty peaceful with one another. Things are looking pretty Gucci. A lot of the attacks from the natives are pretty largely gone. And I don't want to say largely gone, but, the area is settled. And he's not having to deal with the issues that, Andrew Jackson's going to have to deal with for the majority of his life. A lot of the issues that he grows up in a relatively speaking peaceful childhood, freedom. Going down to the rivers with his brothers and siblings, ultimately enjoying the outdoors, being very, very muddy, and really just, enjoyed everything and the outdoors in every meaningful way, shape, and reality as a young man. His relationship with his father is good, but also very flawed and rough. Despite being what I would consider around that time middle class, it was still tough at times, and his father would require the help of his sons. Ulysses S. Grant would be a part of 6 kids, 3 boys and 3 girls, and the sons would all help with his father in the tanning business. But Ulysses S. Grant, which ironically is going to be a part of his life, and I think kind of funny, really hated blood. And he hated what I guess you could say is the blood-soaked environment of tanning for the most part, and hated having to really kill anything, and specifically kill any living animal. He loved animals. He loved riding horses, and actually would grow up to effectively enjoy horse riding and horseback riding, and would be known for this during his wartime efforts as a fantastic horse rider. And he'd actually buy his first horse when he was 8, he himself, I believe, with some of the money working as a tannery. But ultimately, it was very difficult, to be quite honest with you, working in the tannery shop while the sisters worked with the mother. And his relationship with his father was a little bit rough, to be quite honest with you. Just imagine, skinned and raw animal carcasses everywhere, horse hides tossed into kettles for, the stinging and stinking, I guess you could say, of the chemicals, etc., etc. And he basically said, I'm never, ever going to do that again. When I become an adult, this is not my life, even though, Jesse was just like, this could be your life, and you can make a really good living, etc., etc. Jesse Grant is a pretty fascinating individual to grow up in a pretty rough life, and a fascinating life, dealing with his father, Noah Grant, would ultimately choose to be someone, and he has that mindset of just like, I'm going to work hard, I want to be somebody, and really commits himself to something, and ultimately ends up working with his brother, I believe, in the tanning business, and he becomes a pretty prominent and pretty strong individual, and he would later marry Hannah Simpson Grant, or Hannah Simpson technically, Grant, before moving to Point Pleasant, or the area. Technically, he's in the Point Pleasant County, but specifically he lands in Bethel, the town of Bethel, and where they basically worked as a tannery and had a farm as well. And it was a nice upbringing in life. And Ulysses S. Grant's going to have a very complicated relationship with his father, but his father will always love him, to be quite fair and honest. And a whole bunch of different stories of I guess you could say, well, first and foremost, there's a whole bunch of different things about Ulysses S. Grant that he might be related to George Washington. I don't know. I can't really confirm any of that specifically. A lot of these things are rumors, unfortunately. So it's really hard to differentiate reality and history. But I guess my whole point though is that it's very what I would say is like the more unfortunate father-son relationship. I mean, they were good throughout their entire life, and when I don't know I forgot how long his father technically lives, but his father, I think I'll put it to you this way: when Ulysses S. Grant becomes president, there's no hesitation in my mind that his father's going to be, or was, very proud of his son to become president. I forgot when he died specifically. I don't have it in my outline notes of his specific death, but whole point functionally being that it was a tough father-son relationship. His mother, on the other hand, is very, very, very different. She was very calm, taciturn, cleanly, very religiously, devoutly Methodist. She was basically just like, the really cool, calm person in relative comparison, personality-wise, to Jesse Grant, if I was going to be quite honest with you. And Ulysses ultimately became much more aligned with his mother than anything else. That being said, Ulysses S. Grant ultimately was going to be pushed by his father. He's the first son. He remained the apple of his father's eye, and ultimately put the uneasy burden on Ulysses that he was going to be the best, and always going to try and basically just push him to be as good as he possibly could. Ulysses S. Grant, especially in that particular territory, specifically wouldn't have the greatest education. it was very menial in small schoolhouses, and he always preferred to be outdoors than anything else. And he's the kind of person that's like, first off, there's only one teacher, at least initially during his initial upbringing, and they basically gave him everything that he possibly could know, but it wasn't enough specifically. So despite him being really good at mathematics and debating, actually, he was actually surprisingly a pretty good orator and debater. He just didn't take to an education, at the very least in the very early upbringings, for the most part. Now, and he would basically just sometimes skip school and sit outside of the small schoolhouse and enjoy nature. But eventually, over time, especially with later in his adolescence, he would be sent off to several different boarding schools, a whole bunch of different boarding schools specifically. And a lot of these boarding schools actually would prepare him eventually for being a possible West Point attendee and a West Point student there. He was unremarkable, though, overall as a student, despite some good things. He was diffident, but and always very, I guess you could say, someone that's just accepted it, just learned things for what they were, and that's just, in fairness, just who he was as a person. You have to understand, Ulysses S. Grant isn't a very domineering, go-getter kind of individual. He's very apprehensive at a lot of things. A lot of books say he's very bashful. He didn't talk much, and he wasn't very bright in a lot of ways. And I think that's just the fresh. He's always just been a much more passionate individual in person. So I think that has to be really and specifically taken into account. And just little things. Ulysses S. Grant probably today would have been, I don't even want to say a hippie. That's probably not the right way to look at it. But he was a much more calmer, reasonable, and someone that's like going to try and take things slowly instead of just acting and reacting. And ultimately, which is really strange when you look at young Ulysses S. Grant. You look towards a lot of people calling Ulysses S. Grant a butcher during the Civil War. It's a very fascinating dichotomy of how this young man turns into the man who's going to be able to take the burden. He doesn't want to take any burden whatsoever. A lot of people call him lazy, and ultimately someone that doesn't want to really, do a whole bunch of different things, to be quite honest with you. He hated working at the tannery shop, and really, ultimately, despite being a really good, handyman, handy-capable kind of individual, didn't really want to do anything along those lines. He's kind of like Lincoln in a lot of ways, where it's like, despite, because I think Lincoln ultimately gets a bad rap, unfortunately, because of just a lot of the people around that time as a lazy worker. Because he wasn't lazy; it was just I'd like to take a break and read a book every now and then. But Ulysses S. Grant is kind of like the same thing in a lot of ways. It's like he's capable of actually doing it, and he will do it at times. But unfortunately, he's kind of gonna argue the merits of actually, doing it. So, while Ulysses S. Grant basically is getting his nickname in school because he just didn't like school, useless because he didn't want to do anything, there were certain things that he did like to do. He liked to ride horses. And ultimately, there's actually a couple stories that he ended up basically establishing, I guess you could say, what is known as a livery service. Basically able to, I guess you could say, kind of like a driver of people. People who would actually ride the horses and drive people in carriages and stuff, or give people rides. He's kind of like the first taxi, I think, in a lot of ways. And because this is when he would buy the horse, and I think he paid for like $25 for the horse. But he's a great debater, and ultimately brought it down to 20 or something like that. That's one of the funny stories, specifically. But ultimately, Ulysses S. Grant ultimately ends up, pushing a lot of this stuff, trying to become his own individual, trying to become one of his own men. Once he becomes an adolescent, a young adult, things were looking pretty interesting for him because, he's going back and forth doing his library service, and then goes to a whole bunch of different academies to try and learn. And ultimately, his father really wanting him to actually succeed because, he was a bit frustrating as a young man. Hiram, I just love his name, Hiram, Ulysses S. Grant. S, by the way, is his mother's maiden name, Simpson. So it's like Hiram Ulysses Simpson Grant, I believe. And his father, they didn't have a lot of money. Despite them being what is considered middle class, it's a little bit difficult to get what I would say is a college education specifically. So his father actually talked to the local congressman, Representative Thomas L. Hamer, to recommend his son for, West Point, discipline, etc., potentially, specifically, a military life. And there was a whole bunch of different vacancies. A lot of people were ended up getting kicked out or failed for the most part. And he applied for his son. And, his son's kind of just like, West Point? I don't want to go, And in his mindset, too, in his memoirs, he openly said that, if he did go, it was just not going to be the best specific, I guess you could say, experience for them, and he said, but at the same time, he's kind of like, if I didn't go, it was going to ruin the relationship with my parents, and, I guess, fuck it, why not, I guess, it is what it is, he was a very curious person, in a lot of ways, he's kind of like George Washington, I think, in some aspects. A lot of books say he's like a bit of or at the very least, he had the appearance of someone who's like a fatalist, where it's like if he dies, but he would charge him head on into battle, etc., etc. But a lot of people, including himself, thought he would fail, specifically at West Point. And then, this is where the famous story, too, of where he gets his name, specifically, is really fascinating. Hamer himself, when he put in the order for him to go to West Point, and actually confused Ulysses Grant's given name. Ulysses, thinking that Ulysses was his first name, and that the mother's main name was the middle S. So Ulysses S. Grant specifically was born, which is really funny because he actually didn't really care for it all that much, and he actually kind of liked it, to be quite honest with you, because he liked that his initials specifically were U.S. And when he first got there and he started making some friends at West Point, a lot of people thought U.S. stood for Uncle Sam, and that's when another nickname pops up for him, where he would be known as Sam, and be known to a lot of his close friends and allies. Life at West Point was very interesting. Ulysses S. Grant himself, 17 years old, he would enter around 1839 to the Academy of West Point specifically. He would end graduating in 21st in his class of 39 cadets. A lot of people saying that he was lazy, careless on a lot of studies, but really delighted in horsemanship, and actually made a whole bunch of stories about him doing really insane acts on a horse. Not sexual, by the way. That came out very wrong, but ultimately ended up... some of the books say he took great delight in mounting and breaking the most intractable of the new horses, and really showing that no horse was unconquerable, And it's around this particular time, too. Cadet life was very rough. West Point is going to be the place where a lot of these young, great, I guess you could say, contemporaries that would be a part of the Mexican-American War. Some of these individuals are going to be a part of the Civil War himself. William Tecumseh Sherman's going to graduate very soon. Simon Bolivar Buckner, Stonewall Jackson, George B. McClellan, George Pickett are going to be eventual graduates over time within the next decade or so themselves. And a lot of people are going to be the military individuals who are going to really become really pivotal figures, ultimately. And Grant made friends pretty easily. At least for the most part, relative comparison, a lot of his friendships were, a lot of these individuals were Southerners that he ended up becoming friends with, surprisingly, to Ulysses Grant. But I think it was just the idea of, frontiersmen and anything that was against the government, et cetera, et cetera. Grant was kind of like, okay, cool. I lived my life for the most part without government intervention, specifically in Ohio, because it's still technically a frontier territory, although by 1839 it's not so much in relative comparison. And by this point, you have to understand, West Point's pretty cool, pretty big. It's gained some national notoriety and prosperity. His curriculum and life was regimented. It was unrelenting. It was very demanding. Living conditions were basically, as some people put it, Spartan-esque. Where it's just rough. You know what I'm saying? it was very rigid. There's no electives for education, so he basically just studied mathematics, French, and some, topography, engineering, physics, geography. He learned everything. But also at this very same point too, because he would be there for 4 years, graduating in 1843. Ultimately ended up doing a couple fascinating things, specifically drawing. The last 2 years, drawing being a requirement that they must be able to draw terrain, maps, and all that stuff. And Ulysses S. Grant would love drawing. He developed a considerable skill for drawing and painting, and it got to a point where he actually loved drawings. And basically anyone that complimented him, he's like, it's kind of funny because I think one of his grandchildren would say, like, damn, you know what, my grandpappy would love when people complimented his drawings. Like, not so much the war stuff, but, the drawings were big praise, It said, like, oh, thank you for helping defeat the South and slavery. He's like, yeah, but what do you think of this painting of a brick? Like, little things like that really please Ulysses S. Grant. Anyways, Ulysses S. Grant will graduate from West Point in 1843, and really, his military career is going to be starting for the young 21-year-old Ulysses S. Grant. He really blossomed too. He become a little bit big. He was always a pretty small person. When he went into West Point, he's probably about 5'1", 5'2", but he grew up a couple inches, and military life was beginning for one of the great generals within this country's history. Once Ulysses S. Grant graduated, he was a part of the United States military. He actually wanted to be a part of the cavalry. He had actually, before he graduated, petitioned to be a part of the United States Cavalry Division, specifically of any sorts, but he was refused, and instead basically was sent to the infantry. He would be a second lieutenant at the Jefferson Barracks in St. Louis. It was one of the largest, I guess you could say, military bases or camps, specifically within the country itself. It's also there that he was commanded by Stephen Kearny, ironically one of his old roommates who had been rising through the ranks by that point in time. You have to understand, this is a very fascinating point in history. It's 1843. There's a whole bunch of different tensions during, I believe, John Tyler's presidency with Texas, and annexation it's clearly ramping up, that Texas is going to try and be annexed by the United States. It's also around this time too that another roommate of his, not Stephen Kearny, he wasn't a roommate specifically, but a rising individual. He had one of his friends, Frederick Dent. Okay, my outline confused. He would actually be welcomed by Frederick Dent and a whole bunch of his various different siblings while in Missouri, in St. Louis specifically, where Ulysses S. Grant is going to meet a very fascinating young lady named Julia, who was the older sister, or one of the eldest sisters of his former roommate. Ulysses S. Grant would meet this young lady. Julie was a fascinating individual. She had a very strong education, but apparently was a very, very, very single lady, if that makes any sense. She was cross-eyed. A lot of books just paint her as someone who is very plain in appearance. But ultimately, she basically brought out something in Ulysses S. Grant when they first met. Ultimately, that would basically make Ulysses S. Grant just melt over Julia, specifically. He felt very comfortable in her presence, and really felt just a fascinating and beautiful kinship towards Julia, although that relationship is going to be very, very, very strong and very old, because they will be married and they will be husband and wife. But ultimately, the relationship was very difficult because Ulysses S. Grant was considered a Yankee, though. You have to understand, a Northerner, and the Southern division between North and South in this country is already pretty solid by this point, and her entire family was a slave-owning family. Her father was a Southerner and slave owner, and not very welcoming overall. But ultimately, around this particular point in time, 1843 to 1844, Ulysses S. Grant begins courting Julia, and ultimately they will be married basically over time. But The Mexican-American War is slowly rising, and Ulysses S. Grant is going to be one of the individuals that's going to be participating within the war very, very soon. Grant and his specific regiment would actually move to Louisiana, and then Texas. The army was really small back then, at least in comparison to before they would actually, it wasn't like, it is today. It was probably maybe 15,000 plus men. So, if you were an infantryman, you were just you know what I'm saying? Just size-wise, it's very small before conscription, or just people would volunteer to actually be a part of the normal regiment of the army. So what men they did have, they would send to, prepare in Louisiana and then to Texas itself. He and Julia would effectively really fall in love with one another before they left, and ultimately, when he was on leave, went to go visit Julia's father and actually asked for her hand in marriage, and she, excitedly said yes, etc. How it goes, love, but they would not marry. They would end up spending the next 4 years, relatively speaking, apart in a very long, specific engagements. And, despite political differences, I guess you could say specifically, because he's a Yankee, his father's a Whig, which I think is always very interesting, because the actual House representative member that gave him the opportunity at West Point was a Democrat, so it was pretty interesting. But for the most part, he was preparing for the war. Now, I'm just going to go out and say it. Ulysses S. Grant is not going to have a positive opinion of the war specifically. He would say himself he was bitterly opposed to the measure, and to this day regards the war, which resulted as one of the most unjust ever waged by a stronger nation against a smaller nation and weaker nation. And ultimately this would lead to, some issues that he would, go through with the war itself. But ultimately, the Mexican-American War will eventually occur roughly around 1846, and Ulysses' men is going to be part of, I don't know if he was specifically a part of Zachary Taylor's men during the initial area of the Rio Grande, but he would effectively be a part of Zachary Taylor's group. He was appointed the quartermaster of the 4th Infantry, providing supplies and transportation all along the Mexican countryside, and really learned a lot in the initial beginnings, especially on the logistics of war, confidence, and leadership, although he didn't really like, personally, the glory, or at least the ideals of glory of war itself specifically. He would mourn the loss of comrades and, whatnot, but, that's just at the very least the beginning on the offset of the war itself. Now, before I get into more specifics about his time during the Mexican-American War, previously before everything that effectively occurs, while he's in Louisiana, or in Missouri, I believe, for the most part, or St. Louis, Missouri, with the war on the onset and him not liking what's happening with some politics. He follows politics to a certain extent and has the Whig mindset. Ultimately ends up really negatively looking upon the war and actually attempts to become a teacher at West Point. He always wanted to be a teacher. He didn't want to actually be a part of the military life, to be quite honest with you. But he enjoyed it to a certain extent. But I think a lot of ways for him, he preferred to actually teach at West Point. So he tried to put in a transfer to teach at West Point, but for logistical reasons, ultimately he didn't get the opportunity. He ends up getting sent to Louisiana, where he ends up getting assigned to go along with Zachary Taylor. Again, I don't know if he's specifically there when the war technically breaks out on the onset of the Rio Grande, but he will be there for the many subsequent battles, specifically at Palo Alto and the Rescata de la Palma. God, I'm terrible with pronunciations and whatnot. And during this specific time as the quartermaster of his regiment, he had a whole bunch of different duties that he ultimately didn't like. Specifically, one of these duties was trying to get mules to come back into trying to corral them specifically within certain pens, I guess you could say, or keep them in line, and also to effectively end up making sure that the supplies were all there for the most part with the mules. And it's kind of funny, I guess you could say, just managing mules, because he hated that, and ultimately said that, I don't like using profanity, but I can understand if someone actually did use profanity, because honestly, it's pretty fucking onerous to do all this stuff. He really did not specifically. This entire process, I believe, in the war is going to be very difficult on him. The distance with Julia, ultimately, and to an extent, just losing comrades and basically being a part of something you don't functionally believe in is going to be very difficult for Ulysses S. Grant to deal with. And these are very difficult times for him during the entirety of the Mexican-American War that are going to be evident to see. Despite him not enjoying his time during the Mexican-American War for a whole bunch of different reasons, ultimately it led to a couple of interesting realizations in Grant. That he was very much suited for war, battle, etc., etc., and ultimately that, he really was someone who could be capable of leading military units. So while he was the quartermaster of Zachary Taylor's army, which at times required him to go all over the country, of Mexico specifically, looking for supplies, maps, etc., to find the specific routes and whatnot, he was able to learn under Taylor, and specifically Hamer, the congressman who was down there under a specific commission, leading his own brigade of men. Ulysses S. Grant would actually be a part of specifically, and he learned a lot. He learned military tactics, how to lead men, how to actually basically, in a lot of ways, he also learned from people's mistakes. He was very astute, in at least an observation by this point. He got some opportunities to lead some men to some, not actual battle, but, how to organize people, and ultimately it showed that, he has the capacity to do it, but he's pretty young still, so, might want to, chill for a quick second. Anyways, the war is going in a very different direction, so, because you have to understand the background of everything. Like James K. Polk attempts to purchase Mexico in the early going, but they're not doing it. The war ends up occurring because of that. And in one particular battle, the Battle of Monterey, which, the city was a fortress because of all the hills, wide rivers, and it was just a big-ass fort that people really guarded, and Zachary Taylor himself was determined to really destroy the town. Or not destroy the town, but capture the town for sure. And for, a couple days, Zachary Taylor, God, I'm getting people's names all mixed up. Ulysses S. Grant, is just listening. He's about 3 miles away as a quartermaster, and he's just hearing battles occur left and right, and he's thinking about doing something about it. Grant decides, fuck it, and then goes into Monterey, actually, and sees carnage left and right, and notes several different things. The Mexican artillery position, basically the angle of the brigade's attack, and basically just says that, this was a foolish endeavor by the brigade's leader, who's this guy named Garland, to indirectly attack the Mexican troops. They were actually technically supposed to be a diversion, but effectively ends up charging most of his men, killing a whole bunch of different people, and Grant was basically like, what the fuck, man? And decides to basically stay close to the actual action instead of being 3 miles away. Several days later, one of the most more famous Grant stories to come out during this particular time was his horse ride, brave horse riding, I guess you could say, in the streets of Monterey once they're actually in the town itself. So for them, close combat, it's hard. They're using large amounts of ammunition, and Garland, the leader, is basically like, who wants to go ride and give all these or rearm all these all our men in the actual city? And no one's saying anything, and Ulysses S. Grant is just like, oh, I will. I've got a horse, and a lot of people are kind of just like, what the bullets flying everywhere, why do you want to do this? Garland a little bit later say he's a man of fire, Anyways, he rides through the streets of Monterey, almost like a circus rider, to be quite honest with you. He ends up, his hands are gripping his horse's mane. He has one foot hooked under the saddle, and when bulls are flying, he's on the side of his horse, literally hooking he's basically literally on the side of his horse, almost like one of those motorcycles with like a sidecar, effectively, and tossing guns and ammunition as much as he possibly can that the horse has to the men as much as possible, and basically ultimately helps them win some key things that are going to or key skirmishes, specific, as I'm trying to say, within the actual Battle of Monterey on the third day. To sum up the last year or two of Grant's time during the Mexican-American War is to deal with the political ambitions of, Zachary Taylor and James K. Polk. Polk wanted a short war for the most part, and Zachary Taylor was winning, battles decisively, but also because, it's just not winning them quick enough. So James K. Polk himself is going to switch out Zachary Taylor for General Winfield Scott. And under Winfield Scott, he ends up basically just going back into a whole bunch of his quartermastering stuff and the whole bunch of different battles within the Mexican-American War itself. The Battle of Veracruz, he's going to see, is going to be, one of the more, one of the more lopsided victories within the actual war itself. And for the most part, being a quartermaster, also because, Julia, he's running back and forth to her. She's very worried about him, and he's just like, no, darling, don't have to be worried about me. I'm going to be okay. Ulysses S. Grant wants to be more than an actual spectator, than the actual battles himself. So it's kind of like a little white lie. Ultimately, he doesn't really change or actually go through it specifically. Sorry for my dog's barking. Ultimately ends up trying to relinquish his role as the quartermaster, although basically everyone's kind of just like, dude, you're pretty good, you like don't leave, but a whole bunch of different people are kind of just like, dude, Grant needs to chill, because I know he wants to be there with his men and be there with his homies, but for the most part really needs to like chill and trying to God, I'm blanking right now, I'm sorry. Needs to chill because his life, etc., and needs to be the good quartermaster. That being said, when they got near Chapultepec, I'm terrible again with pronunciations. He ends up leading and interpreting for a whole group of soldiers ultimately, and basically ends up really being a solid military leader and strategist. He goes to his direct leader, William Worth, and ultimately is kind of just like, hey man, there's this church, and if we can get a cannon at the very top of it, we can actually kind of ambush the incoming Mexican troops. So he goes there, basically all the priests there are really upset and mad, and Grant's just like, look, they're going to take this regardless, so it's best if we do this peacefully and save your guys' life, etc., etc. And Grant and ultimately the priests relinquish, and the men get the actual cannon and artillery up into the bell tower, assembles it, and then basically just start raining fire against the Mexican troops. And for the most part, he ends up basically ending the war with General Winfield Scott and his direct division commander, General William Worth, who basically gives him a whole bunch of different, yada 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 rankings, medals. Anyways, the war ends, and General Grant is able to go home. The war ending in 1848, Ulysses S. Grant would first be stationed back in St. Louis. He petitions and writes to have a long shore leave, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink. He's denied, but ultimately ends up getting it. And he's a strong lieutenant by this point in time, and ultimately comes back home and meets Julia again. She's like, oh, my stars and garters, look at my war hero. It's been 4 long years now. Bang me, It's not obviously like that, but for the most part, it's been 4 years, and you haven't really seen your wife. It's pretty, let's get it on, So Ulysses S. Grant comes home, and on August 22nd, 1848, marries Julia, and she becomes Julia Dent Grant. It's a little funny too. A bunch of the people that actually attended the wedding itself, many of his southern allies, he would actually end up fighting against specifically. It's actually kind of funny too, because a lot of the southern leaders and generals would have positive things to say about Ulysses S. Grant, notably Robert E. Lee, writing that he behaved with distinguished gallantry on the specific days of the actual war itself, just noting positivity for Grant. So they basically spend a very brief I guess you could say honeymoon together for a little bit. Grant received orders to go to his next military installation, since he's still a part of the army, in Detroit, Michigan. And he's just like, damn, because they find out Julia's pregnant, and ultimately decides, well, she should probably stay here and basically give birth to their son. At least it's just no reason for the pregnant Julia to move around as much in fear for her health. So Grant bids her farewell. He goes to Detroit initially for a really brief time. He goes to Detroit for just a very brief time, maybe 6 to 8 months. Julia ends up giving birth and to their first child, a son they named Frederick, where they end up joining Grant in his new military installation once she gives birth to their first son in New York, specifically at Sackett's Harbor. For a brief time while in New York, things were very peaceful. Things were very good. But, army life, it's very difficult, and it's very difficult on the family. And, because it's not just him. Zachary Taylor would run into the same problems being a military military general, and ultimately, just the difficulties with bringing a family along from place to place. It's not very good and conducive for the health of, your wife and your kids, and ultimately just wanting to be settled in one particular location is much more, conducive for their upbringings. Ultimately, Ulysses S. Grant is going to get one more specific transfer to the Pacific Northwest, first to the Oregon Territory, and then eventually to California in San Francisco. And the journey is going to be very difficult. It's going to be arduous, and how do I put it? He just could not take his family. So Julia and the kids end up going back to St. Louis. Briefly before he goes all the way back, she's able to meet his parents and his family for a very brief time in Ohio. And then before going back to St. Louis, and then he goes to the Pacific Northwest and begins leading his men as a lieutenant. During this time, he was, the whole bunch of different people who have written about Ulysses S. Grant during this particular time. Because you have to understand, this is a very tumultuous time for Ulysses S. Grant. He's a young man. He's going to go into debt, and he's going to be away from his family. And, this is where a lot of the issues with Ulysses S. Grant will eventually develop. A lot of the drinking problems, him smoking cigars, the depression. A lot of issues are going to be coming with Ulysses S. Grant, which are going to be very unfortunate. But, a lot of people would note some positive things about him. Basically, he would attend social gatherings. He's a good cook, apparently. Like a very talented cook, and he's very patient with his cooking. But he hated dancing. He did not like dancing, and always would just talk about, him and his family and his now 2 kids. His second son would be born while he was away. Ulysses Jr., I think they would name him Buck, would be born in 1852, is when he's in the Pacific Northwest specifically. A lot of people would note that he would just take long walks. He was always a calm man, and probably due to the depression. He was always in manner, unassuming, and very approachable, very straightforward, very simple for the most part. He's not a gallant individual by any stretch of the imagination. But good things would be coming for Ulysses S. Grant. by 1852 to 1853, Ulysses S. Grant will be promoted to captain. He's then transferred from San Francisco to Humboldt Bay, California, within 6 months of arriving to San Francisco or something like that. It's also very clear that he's just not happy. He's very depressed, and there's a whole bunch of different things that will occur with what's going to happen next for Ulysses S. Grant. But Ulysses S. Grant will resign his military commission rather briefly, out of the blue, to be quite honest with you. He ends up spending about a year in Humboldt Bay, California. But in 1854, he's basically just like, I'm done. And people basically say, oh, it's because of the drinking. It got too big, and became a bit of a problem. But, there's no specific documentation that supports this. It's all just eyewitness accounts. And, the truth and reality is he's probably just miserable in California and really just wanted to go home and start a life with Julia. So by the summer of 1854, Ulysses S. Grant is finally home with his family and will attempt to begin a life as a farmer. Back home, Julia's father, his father-in-law, ultimately ends up giving as a gift to Ulysses S. Grant about 100 acres of farmland for Grant to use. He eagerly accepts and builds a modest home. He calls it the Hard Scrabble Home, specifically. And soon after, about a year or two after, in late 1855, they welcomed their third child, Ellen, or Nellie, specifically. Ulysses S. Grant would try in civilian life to be a farmer. He found it very, very, very difficult to make a living, to be quite honest with you. It's not that he was incapable as a farmer, but it's one of those things where it's like no matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you work, sometimes it just doesn't work. And ultimately, a lot of the things that he attempted to do, which were very grandiose, required a lot of labor. He hired free blacks, and his father-in-law basically ends up trying to sell him a slave in Missouri, and he buys a slave only to basically end up freeing him right after. And then the painful reality for Ulysses S. Grant during this time is it was just difficult for him to basically financially support his family, and it's also an unfortunate reality too that he got sick. For years he plowing the field, harvesting crops alongside slaves he hired from specific neighbors to basically work his fields, and it would be difficult because he would get sick and his entire family would get sick. They would have illnesses throughout this entire period of time. And ultimately, he ended up basically trying to do a whole bunch of things to financially support his family. One thing he ended up trying to do was to rent out the land itself and become someone who basically owns, or I don't want to say owns, but he's renting out land so that tenant farmers could actually end up working on it. And ends up working with Julia's cousin in basically a real estate firm and working odd jobs, to be quite honest with you. He ends up really, for better or worse, really diversifying his portfolio and all the things that he can do. Working in some stores. He ends up working in at least a half a dozen different lines of works during this period of time. They would have a fourth child eventually, and at one point, like I said, money ends up becoming very difficult for the family. At one point, in a very financially difficult Christmas, because you have to understand this is around a bit of a financial depression during James Buchanan's presidency by around 1857, 1858, 1859, around this particular point in time. They ends up having to sell his watch, I think it was for like $20, in order just to buy some semblance of gifts for his now 4 children by around 1858 to 1860. Grant would work in stores. At one point, I believe he ends up teaching mathematics at the Washington University, but nothing ends up really sticking, unfortunately. around this time, Grant ultimately is going to end up sucking it up for the most part, and basically swallowing his pride, and goes to his father. He writes to his father, who's now in Illinois by this point in time. Basically, can I get a job for me, Dad? And his father's kind of like, if you're gonna swallow your pride, come and work with us. So he ends up going to work with his younger brother, specifically in the leather shop in Galena, Illinois, around the time of 1860. Understand that this is also the time where things are happening within the country. Grant and a lot of people are very, I don't want to say they're politically aware or motivated, because you have to understand, back then people are going to be much more focused on the issues in reality, especially during the times of the Civil War and the Grants, and everybody is no different. We're all hearing and seeing the exact same news, and Grant is keeping an eye on the events that are coming during the 1860 and the election of 1860 in particular. And he himself was going to be, along with his entire family, new residents of Illinois, where a particular Republican candidate named Abraham Lincoln is going to basically be the eventual president of the United States of America. He could not vote in that particular election, but he would have voted for Abraham Lincoln. Just want to point that out in particular. Fort Sumter would fall, or first and foremost, the southern states secede, and Fort Sumter would fall, and civil war is going to be upon the country very soon. Briefly, for a very quick time, Grant's family would expand all the way to 6. Their last son, Jesse, being born in 1858. Things were still very, very difficult, at least financially, when they first went to Illinois to effectively work. He hoped to be a partner. He was very committed 100% into the actual tanning ring or leather business, I guess you could say, in the tannering business, and he worked with his younger brother, but ultimately his two younger brothers, effectively, to do all the stuff, I guess you could say, in the leather store within Galena, Illinois. It was very difficult, though, because, having 6 kids and you're getting paid basically $60 a month, things were very tight for the Grant family, although Julia's family would assist in any way that they possibly could, which, things like that just make things difficult for Ulysses S. Grant. It makes him a little bit more depressed, because it's just like, damn, I really am a failure as a man, aren't I? Anyways, once Fort Sumter falls, and the governor of Illinois is basically calling for people left and right to join in the actual military. Sorry, not military, but at first Abraham Lincoln calls for we need 75,000 volunteers, and the governor of Illinois is basically, hey Grant. He goes specific to Grant because he's the captain. He's like, you want to volunteer, and to lead a regiment that no one else had been able to train, this untrainable regiment? And Grant's just like, why not? Let's fucking do this. So Ulysses S. Grant, by 1861, is going to be joining the military once more, the Union Army, I believe as the rank of a captain yet again. It's actually kind of interesting, the story of how he ends up really kind of rejoining the military, to be honest. And it starts with in Galena, because the war breaks out, and they're like, hey, the town of Galena holds their own town meeting, and they basically all look at Ulysses S. Grant. He's like, hey, you're the only one with military experience. You want to lead this thing? And he's like, okay. So then if he effectively is like, well, this is how you should do it. This is how you should do it, etc., etc. And people are like, oh, Grant, let's do this. Oh. So he kind of becomes this weird unofficial leader within Galena, Illinois, and ultimately ends up leading the people in preparations for war and combat. He also makes it a point, too, that he never went into the leather store after the meeting. He ended up packing up his bags to do other business. First and foremost, in the days that followed that specific meeting, Ulysses Grant is preparing for the war. He's preparing for his own commission that the governor is going to give him eventually, the volunteer regiment that he's going to end up training. But the journey there is going to be, first he ends up giving the ladies of Galena all the materials that they need to start sewing Union uniforms, and he starts training some of the early recruits from Galena, Springfield, the local communities in Illinois, and just training them while he waits for his commission. And, he gets some opportunities to work with the adjutant general's office, although these were very tedious duties and not actual, any preparations for combat, at the very least until the governor himself is basically like, hey, President Lincoln needs you to do this. So he actually finally gets his commission and goes to the St. Louis area, where he is going to start training a lot of the new volunteers that would report. It's kind of funny too. He visits his in-laws, and his in-laws are very pro-South, and they were very staunch rebels. And he's kind of just like, so about to fight these guys. You guys, you're not coming into Sunday dinner. And he's just like, it's perfectly reasonable, okay? But Grant will not see combat for quite some time. The war is not necessary for him quite yet, but it will be very, very soon. Grant, though, wanted a large commission. He wanted not just a commission specifically. He wanted actual, genuine leadership. He wanted a colonelship, I believe. And, he went at great lengths. His father tried to pull some connections. His family, by this point, is effectively Republicans. Ultimately failed, and at one point he goes to his old buddy, ally George B. McClellan, and Nathaniel Leon, who is a brigadier general, to try and get a commission as a colonel, or at least help in some way to get the commission as colonel. Ultimately, he fails. The actual meeting's a little bit tedious and rough. It rubs Grant the wrong way, to be quite honest with you. Excuse me. But, by April, things are looking up in a lot of ways for Ulysses S. Grant. He ends up getting, I guess you could say, the governor is able to muster up several regiments of Illinois militia, and by June, he's going to get his appointment. He's going to be the appointment of the colonel for the 7th District Regiment of Illinois. Which is ironic, because I think the officer he ends up replacing for that specific regiment ultimately left and was unable to do it because he was a drinker, which is kind of funny. So he leaves Missouri and goes back to Illinois. He arrives in September to what is Cairo, Illinois, and set up headquarters, and basically starts beginning his plan of action, in which he wants to go down and start a campaign to Mississippi, to Tennessee, the Cumberland Rivers, all that, and just basically the western front, I guess you could say, of the actual Civil War. Which is actually kind of funny, because, he's talking to Fremont, and Fremont's, he's basically like, indifferent to Grant. Apparently, little tip I forgot to mention, too, is Ulysses S. Grant, in one of the first opportunities he had to voted against Fremont in the election of 1857, voting for James Buchanan for more of a unionist perspective, more to keep the Union together, and not because if Fremont gets in, that's basically Civil War 2.0. But basically, Fremont's like, hey man, we need you down here, do what you gotta do, even though I'm kind of leading this military dictatorship down there. And the war is going, you have to understand a couple of different things. From the outset of the war, the Confederacy, they have the advantage. They're much more prepared. Their troops are trained, and above all else, a lot of the fighting is going to be taking place in, the Southern Territory, where they're going to have a specific advantage. And the North, in order for them to actually win this war, they have to basically subdue the entirety of the South, because it's just going to keep be uprisings left and right. But ultimately speaking, and specifically, the North just did not have a specific advantage, and I think Grant was very keenly aware of that. So a lot of his tactics, my whole point I'm trying to get at with the onset of the war specifically, is that Grant knows that they're at a disadvantage, and he's going to basically be the leader that's going to eventually end up leading us to victory, because he's very aware, he's very keenly aware, and he's very specifically understanding of the rebels, and eventually will be specifically understanding of the rebels. So his men ultimately leave Illinois about a month later. He is specifically tasked with rescuing another regiment from the Confederacies, the rebel forces in Missouri specifically. And this is going to be the very first test and the very first battle once they leave Illinois to go back to Missouri. And once they got there, they came to find that the battles were already been won. The men, I believe, were either freed or killed, and ultimately Ulysses S. Grant comes to a very realization that he himself would state. He never experienced trepidation upon confronting the enemy. He realized that these really were brothers fighting brothers ultimately, and that the South was just afraid of war, or just as much as afraid of war that the North was, and Grant understood this realization. He's a very emotional man, empathetic and sympathetic man, and I think he understood, there's a genuine reality that, this really is both a very poignant war for this country's history, but also a very sad war and destructive war that will kill many people. Many people. After some more issues with Fremont, Abraham Lincoln would actually remove Fremont from his command in the Kentucky area, mainly because Fremont was actually trying to stop him from specifically attacking the enemy. You can demonstrate against the Confederates on both sides, but do not actively, engage the enemy. That allowed Grant to start what would be, a bunch of series of small battles. Some soldiers that were encamped by the Cape Girardeau in Missouri, and basically once he actually ends up getting a promotion to the become a brigadier general, and starts going down south and southwest in particular, going through Missouri, where he fights his first battle at Belmont, which is a stronghold that he's basically just trying to take. Grant was not given enough troops during this particular engagement and ultimately would lose the battle, or at least he would retreat, but his volunteers and men were basically kind of just like, okay, we can do this, we can fight. It was a pretty heated battle, I guess you could say. And Lincoln kind of sees this, and he's kind of like, I see you, Grant, I see you. And they were also fighting in Columbus, Kentucky as well, when basically Grant's just going down the Mississippi. This is also the rumors of Grant's drinking problem start materializing. A steamboat captain and traders who had been accused of dealing with the rebels began to spread rumors of Grant's drinking problem. It's funny because a lot of people were basically just straight up defending Grant's drinking, or the rumors, I guess you could say. Grant's chief of staff took issue with these and basically just said, you are unfit for business, and that, and Grant was a smart man. If he was ever, a drunk, he would basically be intemperate man, or he would show it, I guess you could say. He's ultimately what he's trying to say. So you're all just blowing smoke out of your own ass kind of thing. Grant would basically keep going down south. He would be joined by several other generals and other brigadier leaders, with more plans ultimately to move against Fort Henry, which is on the Tennessee River, and also then march to Fort Donelson on the Cumberland River with gunboats. And Grant is going to have a combined force of about 25,000 troops in order to basically attack the South and the Southwest. The Battle of Fort Donelson ultimately is the battle that's going to launch Ulysses S. Grant onto the national stage, going from this Illinois hero to basically just being like, Abraham Lincoln's like, I see you, boo, I see you. With the aid of gunboats and initially about 25,000 men, Ulysses S. Grant orders an immediate assault on Fort Donelson and through the Cumberland River. And unlike the previous attacks on, like, say, Fort Henry or the other previous battles, he's actually going to have a pretty large force that is basically going to be equal to his opponents, Grant's men were very unprepared, unfortunately, for the genuine reality that this is going to be a bit of a trial and a very rough battle. And this battle will take place over the course of a couple days, in which the Confederates are basically have some weak lines, and Grant's trying to fight them on their weakest points, only to lose a lot of men. And instead of I guess you could say retreating and surrendering, Grant's basically being bullish, basically saying, I'm not surrendering. And the Confederates are starting to get worried. They're actually greatly distressed, and he would gain the nickname, I guess you could say, Unconditional Surrender Grant, and which is initially started with as ungenerous or unchivalrous, at least in terms of his unconditional surrender. And ultimately, just waiting out a couple more days, more men started joining, and the force of about 25,000 men are going to be supported by an additional 15,000. The attacks just kept coming and coming and coming and coming, and ultimately, February 16th, about 2 weeks after the battle had actually started, the Confederate generals fled, and leaving the fort in the command of this guy named Simon Bolivar Buckner, who basically submitted to Grant's unconditional and immediate surrender. And Grant would basically gain the first legit major victory for the Union. He captured about 15,000 or so plus rebels, and a lot of people were really mad at Grant, specifically for his inefficiencies, neglect, and Lincoln's basically just like, why are y'all complaining? We won, so we just gotta do what we gotta do. Grant's going to be put on the national stage as the man who basically wins one of the first major victories for the North within the Civil War. Grant's going to unfortunately face politics. Am I right? Fucking hate it. But ultimately, his direct superior, General Henry Halleck, was very upset by Grant specifically, and ultimately ended up attempting in a lot of ways to besmirch Grant for... look, a lot of books will say that he's jealous, and I tend to generally agree with that, but I also think it's more so, Grant's going to be rising through the ranks very quickly, and he just doesn't want Grant to take his spot, I think, is ultimately what I think is the biggest thing. He says and gives word to a whole bunch of different people that Grant has resumed his bad habits of drinking. He's sending all this to Lincoln, and he just wanted to undermine him in any meaningful way. Instead of reprimanding him, though, Lincoln himself actually gives Grant a promotion to Major General of the Volunteers, and ultimately ends up becoming the number 2 to Halleck, in which Grant's just like, well, okay, cool, I'm just going to keep fighting and actually winning this war, so you can fuck your politics for the most part. Grant then moves southward towards what is known as Pittsburgh's Landing, and ultimately his next goal, I guess you could say, is going to be Shiloh, Tennessee. The Battle of Shiloh is a very, very bloody and costly war. Roughly, I would say about 24,000 men would die within this battle, just from, I think, just the Union side in total. But this is a very fascinating battle. This is going to be the very first battle that William Sherman is going to be a part of, Grant's military unit in particular, where he and his specific contingent of forces are going to be joining him specifically. There's going to be about 40,000 Confederate troops there, and Grant's going to have his military, and they're supposed to wait until Major Don Carlos Buell is supposed to arrive with another contingent of reinforcements of about 20,000 plus strong men. This battle will take place over 2 days, and it's one of the more fascinating battles within this country's history, and at least in terms of how people viewed Grant too. Grant was basically just there training the new recruits, because there's just a bunch of repetitive, just so many new young men fighting in this war, and ultimately Ulysses S. Grant is going to be surprise attacked by the General Albert Sidney Johnston and P.G.T. Beauregard, which they basically say they struck like a alpine avalanche. And you have to understand, Albert Sidney Johnston was a very tenacious enemy. He described him basically on the battlefield, or described the battlefield that Johnston and Beauregard are going to be leaving as so covered with dead that it would have been impossible to walk the clearing in any direction without stepping on. Basically, you could step on, go in any direction. You could step on dead bodies and not touch the ground. It's how costly the war was. Ultimately, Grant would retreat with some of his men, but ultimately his specific line would hold, at least for the day, in which case the South were just exhausted, and they realized they could not have any, the Confederates were not going to have any reinforcements. Excuse me. So he and Sherman, and then more reinforcements, about 20,000 strong, ultimately end up counterattacking right at dawn and driving them back where the North and the Union Army take back Pittsburgh's Landing and bring them out, in which case, they win the day and they win this specific battle. Many things are going to occur because of this battle, though. First and foremost, the reality that this war is not going to be won with one specific battle is very apparent to Ulysses S. Grant, in which case he comes to his own conclusion that the only way they're going to win is complete conquest. And Sherman's very amenable to that idea, in which case, we will see later on when William Sherman is going to basically just go rain hellfire into Georgia, quite literally, in Sherman's march. But ultimately, Grant is going to be both seen as a butcher, a drunken butcher, but also someone who's like, he's actually winning battles, so what can we say, And things are going to be looking more positively from here on out, really, in a lot of ways, for Ulysses S. Grant. Later that year in July of 1862, he's going to end up taking command of the District of West Tennessee and continue to defend Memphis against guerrilla fighters in that particular area. And he's going to end up really becoming one of the more pinnacle leaders that Abraham Lincoln's going to end up becoming trustworthy for the next couple years, one could say. While leading the Army of the Tennessee, I guess you could say it's fascinating. He goes all over the place. He fights small little battles, becomes a bit of a civil rights activist kind of individual, where he's effectively ending up, I guess you could say, because there's slaves in conquered territories, and he's like, we should pay them, but the only real dark blot is that, and I don't think he's anti-Semitic, but he kind of blames the Jews for a lot of the issues there and exploiting the slave labor, and ultimately ends up kicking them out of Tennessee, which it's unfortunate. But it's a very clear blot on his record that really can't be overlooked. But for the most part, in basically 1862, he ends up basically trying to figure out what is the next area that needs to effectively go down. What needs to go down in order for them to, I guess you could say, take the West. And ultimately, what's going to happen is he's going to be like, well, the only thing we can really do is, instead of fighting on the Mississippi River, we just got to take it. We got to take the Mississippi River. So Grant, by the end of the year, is going to be planning the attack on this specific key Confederate stronghold of Vicksburg. Vicksburg is where the Mississippi River, the railroads all linked to the city, and the Navy gunboats are. This is going to be a very, very important place, and he's just eyeing it left and right. And first and foremost, it is also the last Confederate stronghold on the Mississippi. And if they did this is going to split the Confederacy in two, and ultimately this is going to be the big battle, which is kind of interesting because Lincoln actually didn't want Grant or even Sherman himself to actually end up leading this specific battle. He wanted to give this battle to this guy named McClellan. Halleck, I think, was a big reason for it. Ordered McClellan to Memphis and place his troops. Ultimately, Halleck was forced to give up. Sorry, I'm going all over the place. I'm getting tongue-tied. Lincoln wanted McClellan for the job. Halleck, because at this point he's kind of just like, okay, I'm cool with that. But then Lincoln kind of just like, I take that back. Give it to Grant. And then Halleck's like, God damn it. Okay, fine. And orders McClellan, the guy who Lincoln initially wanted, to give his troops into Grant, for Grant specifically. So basically, on November 13th, 1862, Grant captures Holly Springs, advances to Corinth, and begins his march along with Sherman to Vicksburg from the Chickasaw Bayou. The battle for Vicksburg is very costly for the Confederacy. Ultimately, they would have to wait initially for the first couple months of the new year in 1863 because the winter, unusually high levels of water made things very difficult, and ultimately they decided to attack. I believe in April or in March they advanced the troops in March and attacked on April 16th, ordering Admiral David Dixon Porter's gunboats to fire on the Vicksburg batteries and to meet up with troops who were marching south down the west side of the river. Ultimately, they end up basically making some bold moves, and Grant will defeat one of the leaders, Pemberton's army, at the Battle of Champion Hill on May 16th, basically forcing a retreat into Vicksburg. And Grant basically just starts assaulting all the entrenchments numerous times, suffering several losses. Large losses, in which case Grant's basically like, fuck it, we'll just starve him out, and ultimately ends up starting a siege that would last 7 to 8 weeks, where the drinking really becomes apparent, where he starts getting drunk on occasion, smelling of whiskey and rye and all that stuff, and just looking like a whole bunch of different descriptions of Grant, where he just looks so just It's also a point, too, where the guy, McClellan, was a little bit jelly because ultimately he was supposed to be the one that's leading this thing. Basically just starts usurping Grant whenever he can, and ultimately ends up getting removed from his command when he basically just starts doing things without telling Grant. Grant's just like, bruh, come on. Ultimately, on July 4th, 1863... the Confederacy surrenders Vicksburg after weeks of fighting. The Confederacy is now severed, and the Mississippi River was once more under Union control. Grant, immediately after the Battle of Vicksburg, ultimately will get another promotion. He's going to be a major general and assigned to the Division of Mississippi on October 16th, 1863. Basically, he's leading, armies of Ohio, Mississippi, and Tennessee, in which case he's going to basically be a part of the Chattanooga campaign with General Joseph Hooker himself. Ultimately, by late October, he's on his way to Chattanooga, which is this major southern railroad hub where the Union Army themselves were under attack and under siege. And ultimately, just long story short, Ulysses S. Grant is going to break this logjam. He's ultimately going to effectively end up saving these men. And by November, he's just going to add another win to his win column. The winter is very uneventful for the most part. He spends the winter in Nashville. He writes to Julia, "It's really fucking cold here in Nashville, and I miss you, babe." And she's like, "I miss you too, boo," And he gets word very early, February, March of the next year, 1864, as the winter's ending and the war's kind of going in a particular direction, that he's called to Washington. And in 1864, Grant and Abraham Lincoln meet for the very first time. The president basically just talks to him, and tells him that I'm going to basically give you the rank of lieutenant general and the general in chief of all armies. And after receiving some assurances from the advisor that Grant was not interested in running for the presidency, Lincoln was basically like, cool, as long as you're not going to be trying to bring the president, you do what you got to do. You will win, and you will basically be the person that's going to lead us into victory for the most part. Grant was now in command of roughly hundreds and hundreds of thousands of troops. And you have to understand, Grant's new rank of lieutenant general of all armies. The only previous individual that held that rank was George Washington. And basically Grant just went to work. He established his headquarters with George Meade's Army of the Potomac, and really would meet weekly with Lincoln and Secretary of War Stanton in Washington, trying to just plan a whole bunch of different things and how this conquest is going to go with the Army of the Potomac. Halleck is there, his former superior, and he's like, I don't want Grant to do all this stuff, because his initial plan was a risky invasion of North Carolina, and then they basically just decided they're going to coordinate Union offenses on several different fronts, and Grant and General Meade, George Meade himself, and his army are going to directly attack Robert E. Lee's army of the Northern Virginia, while Sherman's going to basically, who's at this point is in command of all the Western armies, he's just going to go straight from Tennessee to Atlanta and just basically destroy everything that he possibly could. And then there's going to be a whole bunch of different fronts that are going to effectively end up being created that's just going to break the Southern back, but Ulysses S. Grant is going to basically start what effectively will be his overland campaign. The Union Army in May of 1864 is going to cross the Rapidan River on its way to Richmond. They're a few miles away from Chancellorsville, Virginia, and this is going to be the very first time that General Grant and General Lee opposed each other for the first time at the Battle of the Wilderness. It's kind of funny because a lot of the other commanders are very awestruck by Robert E. Lee as this great military leader. After 3 years of battles, it's pretty fair. He's pretty awesome. But Grant himself has a funny statement. One of his officers attempts to tell Grant that he should be more cautious with Robert E. Lee. He basically just tells him as he pulls out a cigar, "Oh, I'm tired of hearing about what Lee's going to do. Some of you think he's going to suddenly turn around and do a double somersault and land in our rear in both flanks at the same time. And, maybe you should go back and just actually try to see what Lee is going to do, The Battle of the Wilderness was fought under dense underbrush and rugged terrain. 18,000 Union soldiers were met and dead. Were dead, effectively, because of this battle. But Grant, unlike a lot of his former superiors and former men who have actually confronted Robert E. Lee, did something that none of them had actually done. They did not retreat. He refused to retreat. Instead, he shifted his army to the east and basically just starting to, destroy Robert E. Lee and his army. You have to understand, Grant, like I said before, he understood the faults of his failed superiors and a bunch of other individuals and men. The war itself, during basically this overland campaign, which is going to take place for about 6 weeks, and they will suffer high setbacks and high casualties in the Wilderness, Spotsylvania Courthouse, Cold Harbor, which a lot of these battles are going to be raging over the Virginia countryside. He's direct, he's relentless, and leads to a lot of losses ultimately, and they call Grant a butcher, but the truth is Grant has a plan. He's just going to keep being relentless. He is going to press on Sherman. Sherman will continue his relentless march on Atlanta, Georgia, Savannah, South Carolina. Sheridan, the other one, is going to do a destructive campaign in the Shenandoah Valley. Within 6 weeks, Grant's going to do something that none of the other generals do, and he's basically going to push Lee back as far back as he possibly could. He's not going to retreat because he knows two things. One, he can replace his forces. He can get more younger but still fresh troops ultimately. And when I mean younger, I'm talking about inexperienced specifically. But, Robert E. Lee's not going to be able to do it, and in fact, he understands that the South is literally on its last legs. So he's going to do something, in which case that's just going to destroy him emotionally in a lot of ways, and that's basically he's going to sacrifice a lot of men. They will call him the Butcher for the reason, and ultimately he's going to lose a lot of men, in which case there's a bunch of stories about Grant openly weeping and crying for a lot of these men. If you see some pictures of him during the war, even when he's posing, it just looks like a man who's literally he's done things morally that he's vehemently against, in which case, makes you feel for the man ultimately, and makes you question, is this the right thing to do at the cost of all these men's lives? And just makes you think. After the Battle of Cold Harbor, which was a bit of an ill-planned and really rushedly executed plan, which cost many men. In fact, I think 7,000 Union soldiers within the first 30 minutes would end up dying, in which Grant wrote in his memoirs that, the last assault at Cold Harbor was ever made. No advantage whatever was gained to compensate for the heavy losses they had sustained. That one haunted him for quite some time, but ultimately, the next attack that they were trying to do to defeat Robert E. Lee was to go south. He wanted to approach Richmond, and he wanted to go south through Petersburg. First, to really cut off the supply lines. There was 5 railroads. That was a vital link within the actual supply system to Richmond in particular. And, to Grant's dismay, his Union leaders who were basically there had failed to press a specific attack. And the one time Robert E. Lee is going to be able to get reinforcements throughout most of this time is going to be now. And Robert E. Lee is going to have more reinforcements. And ultimately, this is going to create a long siege, a siege that will basically last for the better part of 10 months. The Union would cut lines. They would basically taunt Lee with skirmishes near the city, kind of just, making morale drop for the next 10 months of these young men's lives, as they clearly are very alone, unfortunately, in every sense of the word. And for every skirmish that they do, Lee's losing more and more men. And, for 10 months, once spring arrives in 1865, Grant's just going to have enough troops there and launches a big force and sends his men through the Confederate trenches, which prompts Robert E. Lee to send word to President Jefferson Davis to get the hell out of Dodge. Jefferson Davis will leave and basically leave the entire Confederacy to, Robert E. Lee. On April 3rd, 1865, the capital of the Confederacy is now under Grant's control. And Lincoln will join President or General Grant in Richmond and walk among the rebel. Lee's all but defeated army. They left west. They went to go and try and find as much food and supplies as they possibly could with whatever men they had left. And, most of these supplies were intercepted by, ironically, another famous historical figure, General George Custer. But basically, April 9th, seeing that there's no other alternative, Lee brings out the white flag and he meets Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. And Lee negotiates his surrender. It's actually a very poignant meeting. The two men, they discuss old times in the Army and the Mexican-American War before they actually settle down to business on hand. In some of his books, Grant basically says that, Lee seems satisfied by most of the terms of the surrender. He asks for food for his starving troops, and, Grant is basically like, hey, you do what you gotta do. So Grant gives his men food, and sometime later, the two leaders would leave and they would meet again, and basically Grant urged Lee to seek the surrender of every single Southern troops, and Lee basically just deferred. That was up to Jefferson Davis, but they all knew that Jefferson Davis wasn't, there anymore specifically. But ultimately, Grant reported to President Lincoln that the war's over. for the most part, and Jefferson Davis, to put it plainly, Lee basically just giving up ultimately meant the end of the war itself. And Grant was just trying to ask for specifics so that he could just put it down on paper. Grant will take Lee's surrender in particular, which effectively ends, the entire surrender of the Southern Army at this particular point in time, while every single Confederate leader's on the run. And Grant will be the leader and be the person famous, the great war hero. A couple days later, Grant comes back and receives the invitation. He's reunited with his wife, obviously, and he receives the invitation to go to Ford's Theater on the night of April 14th with Lincoln. Grant declined. He and his wife were supposed to visit their children's school. They were in New Jersey at this particular point in time, in which case, on the way there to New Jersey, Grant hears of the death of Lincoln and ended up hurrying back and coming back. I do apologize if I'm rushing through this. Grant is one president that ultimately I could probably do like a 10-hour, 12-hour episode on, trying to cover as much detail as I possibly could in his entire life, and just his entire experience during the Civil War is quite long, to be quite honest with you, and it's just going to be, really long. So I'm probably going to try and make all these episodes as short as possible, but try and provide as much context and general objective detail as I possibly could, to the best of my ability. Anyways, once Lincoln is assassinated and Johnson is inaugurated, you have to understand, Grant and Johnson don't like each other from basically the get-go, but he's going to stay pretty loyal and, for the most part, just represent the Army. So once the war ends, Grant will remain the commander of the Army, including dealing with a whole bunch of the stuff, like I said with Johnson's episode about Napoleon III, Maximilian, the French troops. He's going to end up dealing with that, and in some way, shape, and form, at least initially, the Reconstruction within the former Confederate states, and also the supervision of Indians in the wars on the Western Plains. Custer's Last Stand, and all that stuff that's going to be going on around this particular time too. Lee and his generals would be indicted for treason in Virginia, and Grant's basically saying that he's going into a whole bunch of different issues with Andrew Johnson as president, because Johnson wants to reprimand them and put them on trial, but Grant's like, dude, you need to chill, fam, okay? And then Johnson will back down specifically. President Andrew Johnson during this time is going to try and implement his version of Reconstruction, which I very briefly and basically explained was effectively allowing the former Confederates to participate in the new government as long as they took a loyalty oath and basically abolished slavery before regaining admittance to the United States. The plan was very not at all punishing to the South and appropriate, as a lot of the radical Republicans would poignantly say, very inappropriate. And the midterm elections are going to be going around this time, 1866. Republicans are going to have the majority, override a whole bunch of his different vetoes. All this stuff is happening, and Grant is supposed to do a tour of the South. He's supposed to report a whole bunch of different things, the findings to give to Johnson and the radical Republicans, and he basically is going to be pushing for a whole bunch of different things, continuing the Freedmen's Bureau, and effectively going down south, which, after his report, specifically states that he understood Johnson's conservative Reconstruction policies, but ultimately ends up agreeing with a lot of the radical Republicans in some way, shape, and form that the people of the South were not ready for self-rule, that both whites and blacks in the South actually required protection by the federal government, because there's a lot of Southern individuals who are more like free stated Joneses than whatnot down there, and it's very much the radical ones ultimately that in the South specifically there are causing a lot of problems. And ultimately, Grant's basically advocating for a whole bunch of different things. The eventual black citizenship, the 13th Amendment, And basically, Johnson and Grant are basically just they're gonna be so against each other by this particular point in time because of differing political views, and Johnson ultimately ends up undermining a lot of what Ulysses S. Grant is going to end up doing. It's quite funny, if I'm going to be quite honest with you. Grant was actually optimistic about Johnson. He felt that, he was a little bit different, had, differing styles and whatnot, but he felt like he could actually do the job for the most part. Unfortunately, despite them initially being cordial, like I said, Johnson's just going to be undermining Grant and Secretary of War Stanton numerous times overall just in their entire relationship. And this really started with Johnson's vetoing of basically everything: the Civil Rights Act, all the Reconstruction Acts that the Republicans are trying to do, and basically doing everything he possibly could to undermine, everything that, Ulysses S. Grant would have basically fought for, and, all his men dying for, specifically. Excuse me. And, he was basically just kind of over it. Calling, Johnson a bit of a national disgrace. Edwin Stanton and Johnson became very big enemies to one another because of the differences in politics, how one was supposed to do Reconstruction, because Stanton had his idea, siding with more of the radical Republicans, and Johnson was very much against that. So Stanton is ultimately going to be dragged into the fray. Grant's going to be dragged into the fray specifically, in which Stan's going to end up being, taken out, I guess you could say, and replaced or suspended, I guess you could say, as a Secretary of War, in which case he asks Grant to take his place. Grant initially takes his place, I guess, in the interim from August 1867 to January of 1868. Just for the briefest of times, but he didn't want to actually take the job. He wanted to effectively just be like, I'll just do this for the interim, since I'm technically speaking general of the armies of the United States. So it seems like the next person who's going to take over for the Secretary of War is pretty appropriate. But, at the same time, he didn't want to do anything that was going to go against what the laws and rules effectively were, specifically the Tenure of Office Act, which is going to lead to Andrew Johnson's impeachment. But effectively, the removal of Stanton, which would lead to the impeachment of Andrew Johnson. The break is effectively going to start there. Johnson... Grant basically just refused to remain in his cabinet once all that happened, and he just breaks immediately from Johnson. And Johnson felt betrayed by Grant, and there was political machinations that were going on there, if I'm going to be 100% honest. Excuse me. Once you learn more about history, you understand a lot of things tend to be about politics in a lot of ways. And the truth is that Grant was kind of eyeing for, something in particular, the presidency. In May of that year, the Republicans met in Chicago and had slyly nominated General Ulysses Grant as their next presidential candidate, and Shula Colfax as his vice president. Democrats nominating former New York Governor Horatio Seymour and the Union commander Francis Blair Jr. as their ticket. They were fully expected to be defeated, and Grant had ended his letter accepting the nomination with the phrase, "Let us have peace," which is what the campaign slogan ultimately was about. The Republicans did not actively campaign specifically, so it was a little bit under the radar in a lot of ways, but it was all political base and politically motivated, if I'm going to be quite honest with you, which was to make the Democrats look bad and ultimately make Johnson look bad as well. In which case, I understand Johnson's perspective from that perspective and point of view, but Johnson's not making any friends, and a lot of things that he ultimately ended up doing that I didn't even talk about during his podcast episode ultimately was aggressively politically motivated, just so that he could, create and still have some semblance of power ultimately. But Grant is going to be the Republican nominee for the election of 1868. So once, Grant distances himself from Johnson after leaving, the election of 1868 is going to occur. The main two candidates, and at this point, this is basically, for the most part, other than occasional third parties, going to be about Republicans and Democrats fully and wholeheartedly. The Republican candidate, like I said before, is Ulysses S. Grant with his running mate Schuler Colfax, and the Democratic candidate is Horatio Seymour with Francis Preston Blair Jr. as his vice president. Both didn't really actively campaign. When they did, it was mainly just for little things. Ulysses S. Grant joined William Sherman and a whole bunch of other generals on a tour of the South and a tour of really the country for the most part. And the Republicans and Democrats had varying different perspectives on how they wanted Reconstruction and the country ultimately to go. First and foremost, the Republicans are basically like, let us have peace. We're going to continue our Reconstruction plans. Ultimately, we're going to end up just doing what things we're doing, continue the Freedmen's Bureau, and Democrats are still bad people. And the Democrats were basically running on a very anti-black, pro-white, we're going to end Reconstruction, dismiss the Freedmen's Bureau, basically just saying we're thinking about this in terms of money and everything that's being wasted. They're basically just saying, Republicans are wasting money and Democrats are ultimately going to fix a lot of the stuff. Because you have to understand, this country is in a bit of a financially rough point in time specifically, and it's only going to get more and more difficult throughout Ulysses' presidency and for quite some time. The wealth gap and disparity is just going to keep rising, and I'll explain that when I get to what effectively will end up happening. Once the election results came in, there were several surprises. Well, first and foremost, a lot of the states that had seceded from the Union did come back. The only three that did not come back were Mississippi, Texas, and Virginia. They had not done what they were supposed to do yet. They were not a part of the Union specifically. But ultimately, what ends up happening is, Grant kind of, I don't want to say he freaks out for a little bit, but, there's a reality, because Horatio Seymour was the governor of New York, and the Democrats took New York, and that was the largest share of electoral votes within basically the United States at 33. But then things started happening, and with black people allowed to vote, with a big boost for the Republicans, Grant ends up winning a lot of the Southern Territory and a lot of the Northern Territory too, specifically winning 214 electoral votes versus Horatio Seymour's 80, winning the state of Florida, Alabama, South and North Carolina, Tennessee. Fascinating, to be quite honest with you. But ultimately, Grant will win this election with the decisive electoral vote. But the margin was very close for the popular vote. Grant would win about 3 million. Horatio Seymour would win about 2.7 million. So it was 52% to 47%, And ultimately ended up really winning because, unfortunately for the Southerners, a lot of these Southerners were very disenfranchised, specifically in the South, versus the blacks that would win, help win Ulysses S. Grant the election ultimately, really breaking and helping the margins in a lot of the southern states, especially in Alabama and the Carolinas. This is only going to add a lot more fuel to the fire in the next couple of years. But ultimately, Ulysses S. Grant will be the 18th president of the United States of America. And his family's a little bit happy. His family's all over the place. But now's the time for them to really get their shit together and really become a family. While, their father is now the 18th president of the United States of America. Grant coming into the White House might be one of the more fascinating individuals. I mean, he's a war hero, has never had any political experience whatsoever. Is one that follows the rules of law, but at the same time, kind of does what he wants. In fact, there's actually one story of Ulysses S. Grant. Well, I think he's riding a horse. He actually got ticketed because he was driving too fast and fined $20, which he's like, what the fuck? Like, a lot money, politics, etc., etc. Also, a little bit too. I believe he's actually a cousin to later presidents FDR and Grover Cleveland. When he is first sworn in by Justice Salmon P. Chase, he is the youngest president ever elected at the age of 46. And when he is inaugurated, he's pushing for, the ratifications of the 14th and 15th Amendment. I take that back. I think the 14th Amendment might have already been ratified by this point in time, but for sure the 15th Amendment, and would basically push for Reconstruction with calm, without prejudice, without hate, without sectional pride. And when he's inaugurated specifically, he ends up really, I guess you could say, pushing himself away from the former era of the Civil War with Andrew Johnson, asking him to leave early, and a lot of issues with all that, and yada, yada, yada. But ultimately, Ulysses S. Grant is then inaugurated on March 4th, and he's the new president of the United States. So let's talk about all the factors first. And I plan to go with every president that gets 2 terms, or in the case of FDR, 4 terms, 1 term at a time specifically. And I might detail certain changes within the cabinet during that particular era too. And I just want to point out too, he's going to start smoking a lot more cigars by this particular point in time. I think about 7 to 10 cigars a day, I believe. My goodness. Grant's cabinet is really fascinating. First and foremost, he was actually, once he was in office, against the Tenure of Office Act, which the one thing he did agree with Andrew Johnson ultimately was that, the Tenure of Office Act was a bit of a political, I guess you could say, trap. And he himself stated it was a stride toward revolution in our free system, and ultimately fought for years until April of 1869, I believe, in which case he ultimately ended up getting everything he wanted, specifically, and basically repealing it, or technically it was revised, but ultimately he ends up getting everything that he wants with it. His cabinet's interesting. Most of the people there are all over the place. A lot of them are going to be involved in interesting aspects within his government. The most notable individuals are ultimately Elu Washburn, who would be his initial Secretary of State. He's only going to be it for a little bit before he goes to be the Minister of France, in which case he ends up appointing Hamilton Fish, who... And I haven't looked at him specifically as in depth as I probably could have, but some people will say that he's probably one of the greatest and one of the best Secretaries of State in this country's history. A lot of his appointments are more so about, specific. A lot of rich people ultimately, notably Alexander Stewart, which he ends up trying to get him in as his Secretary of the Treasury, but it's like, well, he's still in charge of a lot of his businesses, so it's just a conflict of interest, and basically, Grant was a little bit embarrassed, so he ends up settling on George B. Boutwell to replace him as Secretary of Treasury. But most of his appointments are with friends, some family, and just a lot of specific individuals, notably John Rawlins as the Secretary of War. Supreme Court's really interesting. The Judicial Circuits Act in 1866, which basically stopped Andrew Johnson from appointing people to the Supreme Court, ultimately ended up, with the way the law was written, eliminated a seat every time a justice retired. So by the time Ulysses S. Grant comes into the fray, there's technically only 8 seats, and they have to do another Judiciary Act in 1869 to fix the size of the Supreme Court to 9, where it's basically been for the last 150 plus years. You know how it goes. politics. Am I right? Come on. Anyways, he will appoint 4 Supreme Court justices throughout his entire presidency. But by the time he gets there, he's able to fill 2 Supreme Court seats in 1869, with his initial nominee being Ebenezer Hoar, which was rejected by the Senate, and the homeboy, Edwin Stanton himself, the former Secretary of War. But Ebenezer Hoar would not get the nomination. He would serve as the Attorney General from 1869 to 1870 and be one of the first heads of the Department of Justice. He would later submit a couple more nominees. William Strong, which would be confirmed by the Senate. He's a fascinating one. In particular, he served on a couple commissions that adjudicated this he would be basically one of the people that's going to be a part of the confrontation and conflict with the election of 1876, I believe. And then Joseph P. Bradley, same exact thing. He's going to be a part of it. A lot of these but Supreme Court justices are going to be a part of it. Both those men in particular were former railroad lawyers. Well, and a lot of people ultimately ended up accusing Grant, because their appointments were very conflict of interesty, I guess you could say. And a lot of the cases that they would be a part of were sus, at least in some people's perspectives, for the most part. On his second term, he had the opportunity to fill 2 more seats. I believe Ward Hunt would be the first one in 1872. He has a really long history. He was the former Chief Justice of the New York Court of Appeals for a couple of years before being nominated to the Supreme Court. And then suddenly, Salmon Chase, he just dies. And actually ended up trying to find the seat for Salmon Chase and giving it to a whole bunch of people. Roscoe Conkling, he declined, and ultimately ends up attempting to make 3 attempts to fill the vacancy. The first was George Henry Williams. Williams, as specifically the Chief Justice, because Williams was originally the Chief Justice of the Oregon Supreme Court, and a former Attorney General of the United States, and a former senator too, or will be a senator too, and they just did not like him, to be quite honest with you, and they refused his nomination. And then Caleb Cushing was an eminent lawyer, respected. He was going to be he was one of the individuals that was under Franklin Pierce, specifically as his Attorney General, and it wasn't really looking good for him, both as a Democrat, to be quite honest, in a very Republican-dominated, Senate and House, and ultimately he had a correspondence apparently with Jefferson Davis. And then later on, he would nominate Morris Mott Waite of Ohio, in which he was unanimously confirmed by the Senate, in which he would serve on the Supreme Court as the Chief Justice from 1874 to 1888. And he's I can't even put it. He was just one of the most uncontroversial nominees, in history, to be quite honest with you, at least in relative comparison to everyone else, especially the previous Democrat Supreme Court Chief Justice. It's not looking too good ultimately, but ultimately he's just a pretty solid, I guess you could say, Supreme Court Justice. He took a narrow interpretation of federal authority and really pushed for the expansion of the rights of freedmen to protect, people, blacks especially, from the Ku Klux Klan, etc., etc. He was a good man, and not an intellectually sound or intellectual force on the Supreme Court, but one that, if he is going to be your Chief Justice and to facilitate and administrate and do a whole bunch of different things and kind of run the place as it probably should be, he's probably your go-to guy, and ultimately runs it for the next 14 years until his death. What is the country like when Ulysses S. Grant becomes president? Well, the Reconstruction issues that have occurred with Johnson's presidency are going to really just explode, to be quite honest with you. Grant's going to just really clamp down and really become the first president until, I believe, Eisenhower. That's going to really just bring in troops into South to protect the rights of blacks, ultimately. And the country's in a very weird spot. A lot of the states are back in to the Union, and there's still a lot of issues, at least racially, even in the North, and especially in the South, that are going to really contest a whole bunch of different things, as blacks during Ulysses S. Grant's presidency are really, really going to integrate within society and within a whole bunch of different communities overall. If economically speaking, the country's still obviously in shambles in some way, shape, and form. It's really difficult, but countries coming back in, they're economically being very vibrant and strong and capable. I mean, this is going to be really, in a lot of ways, the beginning of the Gilded Age, where, a lot of these, you have to understand, like, a lot of these people back then, once basically trades went out the window, a lot of these people were working in factories and mills, etc., and they're really just doing the mundane tasks of working one specific thing in a makeshift ghetto assembly line and getting paid whatever they could. There's no labor laws and unions, but it will be directly leading to that eventually. But ultimately, northern industry is really building and beginning and really exploding in a whole bunch of different ways. It sounds bad, but consumerism is really starting to explode by this time of Ulysses S. Grant's presidency, and the South is going to start building their own factories down there as they're trying to get caught up economically, financially, and technologically speaking, while still trying to hold all the agricultural aspects of the South in general. Blacks are going to start their own communities. Black people are really going to start really learning and being educated. In fact, some of the first, there's going to be, I forgot what his name was, but the first black congressman is going to be elected into the House of Representatives. And I know everything about him in a lot of ways, but except his name, I can't think of it. But he's a badass person who was a part of slavery. Born into it, frees himself, learns to read and education, single-handedly just steals like a whole bunch of Southern stuff and really just fucks over the South, and he's just a complete and total badass, to be quite honest with you. And ultimately, a lot of things are going to start occurring. Women's suffrage is really starting to take hold because a lot of the 14th, 15th Amendment didn't really apply. 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, or none of these things are applying to women. So a lot of women's suffrage is going to start propping up here. But it's also, the North and the South are going to really still have contentious issues because the North is still going to take advantage of the South, economically speaking. Carpetbaggers are going to start becoming a term. I forgot what it is, carpetbaggers, but basically Northerners are going to just come in to take advantage of the South, and it's going to feel and really still divide this country, which is going to lead to a very fascinating election in the election of 1876 when I get to Rutherford B. Hayes. Ultimately, though, this country is going down, for better or worse, I think, the right path, where things are trying to find some semblance of normalcy, where things are going to become status quo. People are going to start not hating each other for sectional reasons, different reasons, and little things like that, ultimately. And but there's going to be a lot of pushback, notably with a specific rising institution known as the Ku Klux Klan that's going to start and be created during this particular time that Ulysses S. Grant is going to have to deal with, going to have to combat, and ultimately is going to really put a damper on a whole bunch of the potential, we can come back as a nation kind of a unity, I guess one could say. A lot of black people will die because of the Ku Klux Klan, and a whole bunch of different issues are going to prop up, and people are all mad at one another, and, say what you will, but, the Southerners are going to get screwed over, the blacks are going to get screwed over in some ways, even some of the Northerners might get screwed over because, they're going to be blamed for a lot of the issues that are going to be a part of it. But ultimately, the rich will get richer. More people will be lifted out of relative poverty. But for the most part, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be coming to this country. Immigrants. This country is changing. This country is changing. It's starting to turn into the country that we are seeing nowadays in the modern times. It's going to be close. This country is starting to look more like, 19th or the 20th century America, and it's starting to turn into that where, technological advancements are happening. Railroads are connecting the country more so than they ever been. And I just want to point out, I always think it's funny. I think of the Wild Wild West when Ulysses S. Grant is in the movie, and I'm just like, oh yeah, railroads. It's things like that, and the imagination of what a future could possibly be, steampunk and whatnot, I think is really what encapsulates the beauty and the idea of what this country could be. But as it stands, things are going at least directly into the 20th century, starting with Ulysses S. Grant's presidency. The future is coming. So what are some of the things that will occur during Ulysses S. Grant's presidency? First and foremost, I totally forgot too, this is going to be the era of the cowboys. Cowboys are going to really be part of something in the wild, wild west and the frontiers of the United States. But ultimately, like I said, this country is going to be very different from the beginning of Grant's presidency to the very end of his presidency. First and foremost, many things and inventions are going to be created during Ulysses S. Grant's presidency. When he first gets in, grape juice is going to actually become a thing. Specifically, Thomas B. Welch is going to effectively end up creating a method of pasteurizing grape juice. Barbed wire will become a thing as well. There wasn't before, but now it will. And not to mention, too, a bunch of different companies that we tend to recognize today are going to be created. Joseph A. Campbell Preserve Company started as a vegetable merchant in Camden, New Jersey, and will later become, the Campbell Soup Company. Henry John Heinz begins bottling horseradish with a partner in Pennsylvania. French chemists create margarine in France to be used for the French Navy. The Transcontinental Railroad is going to be done and completed, with the ceremony held at Promontory Point, Utah. This is where the National Women's Suffrage Association, founded by Elizabeth Stanton and Susan B. Anthony herself, who she later will be arrested for trying to vote at one point, is going to be a very rocking figure. Around the world, too, the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Germany is founded by August Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht. I can't pronounce his fucking name, but ultimately that's going to be a thing. Baseball is going to be a real thing, too. I don't know if this is the same team, but the Cincinnati Red Stockings become the first professionally paid baseball team, specifically. I don't know if it's still the same Cincinnati Reds in particular, but if it is, then hot damn, that's a long history. Later on, though, a lot of things that are going to be affecting world history and modern history in a lot of ways are still going to be coming up today. First and foremost, diamonds are actually going to be discovered in South Africa during Ulysses' presidency around the 1870s. Also around the 1870s is the lot of American stuff that are really going to that we're going to still see today. For instance, the construction of the Brooklyn Bridge during Ulysses' presidency is going to be the first appearances of the donkey on the Democratic symbol and the elephant on the Republican symbol. Not to mention, too, Christmas is going to be considered a national holiday. War will occur. France and Russia begins war with one another. Otto von Bismarck's very politically motivated war between France and basically the Germany as it's trying to unify. Pillsbury Company, started by Charles Pillsbury, is going to be created as well. And I just want to point out too, later on during Ulysses' presidency, the German Empire, the Second Reich, will be established with Prince Wilhelm I as its emperor and Otto von Bismarck as its first chancellor. But racial issues are going to be developing in this country too. That doesn't just go to blacks. In fact, Chinese victims are going to be part of race riots in the early goings of Los Angeles, which sucks. I also want to point out too, this is kind of the end of a lot of certain crime syndicates. I don't want to say crime syndicates, but corruption syndicates, notably of Boss Tweed himself of New York, and Tammany Hall is going to be published within the New York Times, in which case he's going to basically get jailed for years for specific little things. He was arrested for graft, and then would actually escape prison and go to, I think, Cuba before being brought back to serve the rest of his life sentence. The Great Chicago Fire is going to destroy many buildings, leaving hundreds of thousands of people homeless during his presidency. And then, I'm not a big individual when it comes to British politics or British history, but most people probably know a man named David Livingstone, who was in Africa and notable for his meeting with Henry Stanley. And Dr. Livingstone, I think, is just one of the big Christian individuals who is important to a lot of the African colonies, in particular from Great Britain specifically. The NRA is going to be founded, ironically, in New York. I might want to just point out, I just think it's kind of funny. Louis de Horon creates the first ever colored photograph. And, a lot of the rich and poor discrepancies are coming around this time, too. Cornelius Vanderbilt buying the controlling stock of Union Pacific Railroad. Mr. Vanderbilt himself. I will point this out when I get to it, but Ulysses S. Grant will establish the very first national park, which would be Yellowstone. And I should also point out, too, Mount Vesuvius is going to be erupting around this particular time, too. And like I said, production of a lot of things are happening, including the first production of the modern typewriter by the Remington Corporation. The first cable cars are going to be in operation in San Francisco. Madison Square Garden is going to be opening in New York City. Thomas Hardy publishes Far From the Maddening Crowd. And another funny one, Levi Strauss will receive his patent for jeans with copper rivets. The first zoo will open up in the United States, I believe in Philadelphia. And ultimately, the Kentucky Derby is going to be a thing too, going and starting at the Churchill Downs. Captain Matthew Webb is going to be the first person to swim the English Channel. And I also want to point out too, the National League of Baseball is founded with teams Boston, Chicago, Hartford, Louisville, New York, Philadelphia, and St. Louis. In the second half of Ulysses S. Grant's presidency, notably in the last couple years of his presidency, a lot of things are going to be invented. Notably, German inventor Nicholas Otto developing the 4-stroke internal combustion engine, and ultimately just inventing the internal combustion engine in Germany, used for cars and stuff. Samurai are going to be banned from carrying swords in Japan, so if you've seen The Last Samurai, that's going to be occurring during Ulysses S. Grant's presidency. Alexander Graham Bell will receive his patent for the telephone, and the first successful telephone call saying, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want you." And to really end a lot of the stuff in the last year of his presidency, the Battle of Rosebud, with General Crook's forces being defeated by the Sioux and Cheyenne warriors under Crazy Horse, in which case the following week it will be known as General Custer's last stand. By Crazy Horse at the Battle of Little Bighorn. It's also going to be the centennial of the United States, 100 years of the United States in this country's history. This is also where two things I just want to note that go along with the Wild West Cowboys. First and foremost, Wild Bill Hickok is killed in Deadwood, South Dakota saloon while playing poker by Jack McCall. Hickok was holding aces and eights, which will be known as the dead man's hand. Not to mention, too, this is when one of the most famous outlaws of all time, Jesse James, and his gang attempt a bank robbery in Minnesota. 2 are killed and 3 of the younger brothers are captured, but Jesse James is going to be one of the most prominent individuals within the Midwest, and just in general within the West of the United States of America, one of the great criminals of our time. Anyways, let's actually get to Ulysses S. Grant's presidency. To begin, I should probably note that I'm going to do this term by term. I'll go with the first term and the second term, and then just like with future presidents, I plan to go through each of their respective terms. It's going to be fun when I do Grover Cleveland, and then FDR's got 4, so we're going to deal with that when it comes to him. Ultimately, though, I plan to I plan to basically do. Here's how the process is going to go. I'm going to talk about basically the biggest things that will occur during this particular president's presidency. I'll detail it to the best of my ability with some background information, but ultimately I will end up trying to follow a more strict timeline, at least from this point on, for the most part. I'm going to try and get Congress involved, and then I'm going to try and do everything legislatively that's going to occur during this particular individual's presidency. Without further ado, let us actually begin. So, Ulysses S. Grant, when he first comes into the actual presidency, he's got a lot of things to do. He's basically, in a lot of ways, he's kind of starting from scratch. It's basically as if the Johnson presidency really didn't do anything for the most part. So, he's really starting from square one in some avenues, at least in trying to get the country back into tip-top shape. Some Reconstruction era issues and some Reconstruction did occur within the South itself, at least in trying to get the states to reassimilate back into the Union. Most of them have by Andrew Johnson's standards, but for the most part, Ulysses is going to implement his interpretation of Reconstruction, specifically. The other things he's going to end up doing is really trying to get Congress and to effectively get, how do I put it? You have to understand, the Department of Justice will be created during his presidency. He's going to sign it into law, into act, and you have to understand the big reasons for the Department of Justice at the very least was, because the Secret Service is going to end up being created. Also, basically just to root out the Ku Klux Klan, which is going to be a very big issue, especially in his first term, and just overall for the most part. And he's going to combat the Ku Klux Klan for the most part during his entire presidency. He's also going to deal with the 15th Amendment, which is going to give essentially prohibit the federal and state governments from denying a citizen the right to vote based on the citizen's race, color, or previous condition of servitude. For the most part, the country's in a bit of a tricky situation, and it's really his goal to try and get everything into tip-top shape. And if I'm going to be honest, this is going to be quite a long episode, which is the biggest reason why I wanted to shorten this episode as much as possible, because, I could talk about 3 to 4 hours just on his Civil War service, maybe another hour or two on his Mexican-American War service, just his failures as a financial businessman. I can just go for an hour on the difficulties that he's going to end up going through, but then I could talk about 7 to 8 hours just on his presidency alone. A lot of things are going to happen, and there's so many things that are going to ultimately end up occurring just in his first term alone. A lot of stuff is going to happen. The stock market's going to have a lot of problems and ultimately crash at one point during his presidency. And he's going to deal with some financial panics and problems over the course of at least the beginning of his first term specifically. So the first thing to know about Ulysses S. Grant's presidency is that when he's inaugurated, the Transcontinental Railroad is going to be complete. It's going to be completed from the East Coast to Promontory Point, Utah, through the work of specifically the Union Pacific and Central Pacific track crews in particular. It was basically created when there was a ceremonial golden spike. It was driven into place where the two railroads met for the Union Pacific, Central Pacific Union railroads together in Promontory Point, Utah. Everyone's basically going, and this is great, especially because this is going to increase traffic just for trade for the most part, because you have to understand that the West is one big thing, but it's not like people can just fly all their stuff from East Coast to Asia, and it's going to open up everything for the most part. And it's going to make things swifter. And you have to understand travel is very crucial for this entire country. So first and foremost, this actual act itself, the Pacific Railroad Act, was signed by President Lincoln on July 1st, 1862. They've been trying to do this for quite some time, and there's been railroad construction throughout parts of this country. But it's been very difficult, mainly the biggest reason being, for obvious reasons, the sectional differences within this country, north and south specifically, that really stopped this from ever occurring and happening. But when Abraham Lincoln signed it into law, specifically the Pacific Railroad Act, he basically had government bonds fund the project, mandating a specific timeline of when this railroad was going to effectively be created. And the Union Pacific, they began construction in Omaha, Nebraska, while the Central Pacific railroad crew, for the most part, started in Sacramento, California. You have to understand, it's actually a fascinating story when all these railroads are being made, too, because, there's U.S. armed guards and troops guarding the construction because of, potential Native American attacks, and, there's a lot of Asian people building a lot of these railroads, too, and, a lot of these men, after the Civil War, end up going to the West to find work, and specifically to find I guess you could say maybe some sort of labor in the railroad department, trying to do all these things. But the problem is that the Chinese immigrant is providing too much manpower at a fifth of the cost, and just making things very difficult, which is going to lead to a lot of issues. Chinese Exclusion Act, little things like that are going to occur. Ultimately, though, the meeting point was going to be established. The two companies were basically building past one another when they were trying to do their, I guess you could say, railroad construction race. And basically, Congress is pushing them to all meet at Utah, at the very least, to create this transcontinental railroad. And, they would continue, obviously, through more railroads over the course of the next several decades. But, for the most part, this is the beginning of, because you understand, transportation revolution is going to affect the market revolution, that's going to affect the industrial revolution, just speed, time, necessities. We take it all for granted today. Just the idea of a railroad, could take you from Boston, and you could do a whole day's trip to take it all the way down to, say, Virginia, for a whole day's trip. I think that's for, or not Virginia, but you can go from more Boston to New York, within a whole day's trip with the railroad, which seems kind of slow in relative comparison, I would probably feel. But, it's a lot faster, a lot more succinct, and things were much simpler back then. Very early on, within the Ulysses S. Grant's presidency, the stock market will crash. It'll be known as Black Friday, in which on September 24th, 1869, it would be known as Black Friday, when the financial panic began in New York City after the price of gold would crash, and causing financial ruin for a whole bunch of different investors. You might remember the names Jay Gould and Jim Fisk. These are two investors who controlled the Erie Railroad, and they wanted to corner the gold market by either predicting or influencing the government's sales, in which they did this whole plot to purchase gold and drive up the price, and really just inflate in actual numbers, and with the help of the government, and sell off their supplies for immense profit. If they basically just inflated everything and crashed the country for the most part. It's a fascinating tale, to be quite honest with you, because it really shows, at the very least, the beginnings of Ulysses S. Grant's presidential style. You see, he's a very he's both hands-on and hands-off. Technically, I think he's actually a pretty hands-on president, to be quite honest with you, but for what the country needs specifically, he's, in their comparison in terms, very hands-off. He would rather let the government do most of the jobs, and, just basically someone that's just going to do what the government's supposed to do. The executive branch is one thing, but, this country is really built on, the Congress, etc., etc. You have to understand, too, he doesn't really have a lot of political experience, so he's kind of just letting people do what he believes is ultimately going to be the best for the country. And the problems of his hands-off approach ultimately leads a lot of problems for the country's economic system. You see, the country is a little bit divided. The Republicans, their main concerns, economically speaking, were to pay off the war debt. They wanted to do it with hard money, while the Democrats favored debtors and farmers, laborers, more soft money, or more greenbacks, I guess you could say, for the most part. And it was difficult. It's much more ballsy, I guess you could say, for what the Democratic approach was, because the gold market could fluctuate. So, two New York financiers, Jay Gould and Jim Fisk, they devised a scheme to corner the gold market, like I said before. And in September of 1869, they basically implemented their plan, specifically causing the price of gold to rise about 20%. And a whole bunch of businessmen who had used greenbacks to purchase the gold to effectively just go into straight up bankruptcy. And like I said before, by September 24th, it became known as Black Friday, where commodities, foreign trade suffered, and the stock market plummeted. Grant and his Secretary of the Treasury attempted to fix the situation and ultimately ended up dumping millions of dollars of U.S. gold into the market to effectively drive down the price. And later on, it's unfortunate, but it would be learned that Fisk and Gould had paid the president's brother-in-law in the hope of influencing Grant's response to the crisis to no avail, ultimately. And this is also going to really affect a lot of ways and be the beginning of a lot of the issues that Ulysses S. Grant will be dealing with within his presidency, which is ultimately a lot of, scandals, financial issues, and really just a whole bunch of suspicious, I guess you could say, financial escapades that make it very seem like Grant's presidency is, as dirty and filled, just with bad people, I guess you could say, during the entirety of his presidency. A very scandal-ridden presidency is ultimately is what really starts a lot of this, unfortunately. It's very interesting too, because there's a whole bunch of different issues and a whole bunch of different directions that this could go in. To be honest with you, Grant basically is very aware of everything that's going on, a lot of the machinations, ultimately, of, a lot of the influence that's ultimately happening. And while he received a whole bunch of criticism for the affair, which ultimately ends up destroying a lot of the families and farmers, and, prices of crops ultimately tumble, the affair really didn't hurt his reputation as much as ultimately a lot of people would anticipated to be, I guess you could say, in their very early goings. This will be the beginning, though, of the, I guess you could say, the scandal and integrity downfall of his ultimately just his presidency in general. Now, when we talk about, Grant and his presidency, what I was pointing out before, that he effectively is going to be a bit of a hands-off president, at least in retrospect. What he probably should have been is a much more hands-on president, although I think he is a hands-on president. What I mean by hands-on president is that what effectively will happen during the entirety, and this is more so with his first term, a little bit with his second term, is that a lot of things are going to just start popping up. He's going to try and let people do their thing, but fires keep popping up, and ultimately he just has to end up putting out all the fires. Like I said, with the whole stock market crashing, which the actual effect on the economy is serious, but not as bad as the eventual panic of 1873, I believe it is going to effectively end up being. And no one blames Grant for it. He didn't know anything about it, but he was aware of the machinations that were going on with it. Most of his first term, and specifically the first year or two, are really going to be more about legislation and legislative practices and things that are going to effectively really change the country. The first thing that he does when he gets in legislatively is he attempts to repeal the Tenure of Office Act, ultimately end up getting his way at the very least in terms of revising it aggressively when, like, the day he actually gets in, April 5th, signing that bill into law. And also specifically several other things, the creation of the DOJ, the Department of Justice, which I'll get to in just a second. But the biggest one is going to be the 15th Amendment of the United States of America. Really, in a lot of ways, the 15th Amendment is just, in a lot of ways, Grant's beginning of his interpretation of the Reconstruction policies that he's going to effectively implement. The 15th Amendment is going to be the amendment that prohibits the federal government and each state from denying a citizen the right to vote based on the citizen's race, color, previous conditions of servitude, etc., etc. It's the last of what would be known as the Reconstruction Amendments that basically will abolish slavery and give equal protection to blacks, especially and specifically in the South. Here's the issue. When they passed the 14th Amendment, a lot of people, I think, thought that it was going to be specifically enough in terms of basically, because, you give them equal protection under the law regardless of race. When the 14th Amendment ultimately ends up doing it, but, people will broadly, politics, how it goes, and they broadly interpret it specifically instead of saying, because 14th technically should, I guess you could say, equal protection for everything, basically give the right to blacks, and my whole functional point is that it should have covered what the 15th should have done. But if there's any level of, confusion, then it was going to be fixed with the 15th Amendment. So when they proposed the 15th Amendment, the 15th Amendment is actually a fascinating backstory, but to give you a basic view of it and interpretation of it, basically during Ulysses' presidency, it became clear that the Republicans still had an overwhelming majority within the House and the Senate, and ultimately basically decided that they weren't going to be a lame duck session of Congress, the 40th Congress specifically, and ultimately, because they realized in the midterms that with more states coming back from South, there's going to be a lot more Democrats coming in, so they probably wouldn't be able to pass this, at least because most of the times they voted party lines. In fact, when they voted for the ratification of the amendment, the House was strictly party lines, and those who voted not party lines, it didn't go far enough or went too far. You know how it goes, little things like that. Ultimately, it will pass through the House and the Senate and be ratified very much soon after, and the first state to ratify it would be Nevada, March 1st of 1869, and the last state out of all the states that are currently there will be Tennessee in 1997. So, just little things you see and you hear, but ultimately it's going to be the first step to give blacks and black people the right to vote. When the 15th Amendment was ratified, Grant, in a lot of ways, started using congressional power to enforce a lot of the constitutional amendments to protect the rights of blacks in the South. For the most part, it relatively worked. He was basically continuing what Andrew Johnson was doing, but much more sternly and to a greater degree of specific power, mainly because, he's a Republican, not a radical Republican, but he's following effectively what the radical Republicans ultimately want to do. And the military is effectively there, although the army, unfortunately, is in really small numbers in relative comparison to, the wartime efforts, which made things incredibly difficult in trying to protect a lot of the new constitutional rights for a lot of the black people, where, the reality is that unless you were financially somehow a wealthy black person, you were still probably going to be working with a lot of the Southern leaders or your former owners, a lot of them are going to be basically very upset, and they're going to terrorize people, and it's really hard to enforce a whole bunch of different things that are going to be going down on in the South. And effectively, to put it plainly, they brought in more troops, as many troops as they possibly could, and enforced a lot of military installations within the South to curb any restrictions of rights of, minority people or black people in general. And it started effectively with what will be known as collectively the Enforcement Acts, which were to help protect the rights of the people to vote. One of these acts being known as the KKK Act, which Grant signed very early in 1871 to counter the rise of the terrorist, I guess you could say, activity within the South, And because, the rise of the KKK, violence, fear-mongering, etc., etc. You have to understand it this way. White Southerners could not prevent, blacks from voting legally within, just basically during election time and election season, but they could terrorize them to keep them away from the polls, in which they effectively ended up doing, the KKK being the main organization that effectively would become the terror organization for minority people in the South specifically. In which case, President Grant is going to effectively call in martial law, specifically in South Carolina, using South Carolina really as an example to prove that the federal government could intervene in extreme cases of violence, specifically instituting martial law, and really, specifically the 9 largest counties that are going to be the hotbed of racial violence, basically using the army to sending in the army to really instigate and stop a lot of the stuff that's actually happening. Understand too that it's not like there was racial violence in the North, but you have to understand Ulysses S. Grant is in a bit of a pickle because here's the truth. Everyone wants to hamper on the South. Everyone wants to say the South is racist and monstrous, but you're also overlooking the reality that it's Northerners too. People in New York are just as racist too. They truly believe that the white man was just better than the black man. There's a lot of disparities there, and while they would acclimate much better than say the South, there's going to be problems there too. Specifically and especially because a lot more blacks from the South are coming up north, taking a lot of jobs from, specifically, I would say, lower middle class individuals and people. And a lot of people aren't going to be happy, and it's just the same thing, including with, basically immigration is just going to be increasing during this specific period in time too. So that's definitely not going to help with, finding jobs and having jobs for the most part for a lot of different people. A lot of the acts that Ulysses S. Grant is going to enforce ultimately end up pushing for a lot of reconciliation protections for people in the South. And, this country is still a hotbed for, racial segregation problems. And my whole point is that it's affecting both North and the South. But Ulysses is really going ham on the South. He ends up enforcing what is known as a Naturalization Act of 1870 that allows African persons of African descent to become citizens of the United States, specifically. In a lot of ways, revising the earlier Naturalization Act of 1790, because that was only for white people, specifically from European nations, but now it involves black people. So specifically, they could actually become citizens within the United States, which pissed off a lot of people in the South for, racial reasons. And he also ends up, like I said, the other Force Acts. It's not just the Ku Klux Klan Act specifically. It's 2 specific Force Acts. The Force Act of the 1870s, which basically put a whole bunch of severe penalties on people who used imitation, physical assault, bribery to put down certain people. And the KKK Act was specifically for people who were going and creating, I guess you could say, local units of the Ku Klux Klan. and several other acts. The Amnesty Act being the act that's gonna give amnesty to former Southern Confederates. Ulysses S. Grant has a lot of stuff to deal with just with Reconstruction, and obviously it's not all gonna be one day. This is gonna be over the course of years in his first term that he's gonna have to really deal with a lot of the issues. Really, just dealing with because obviously it's not like every single second it's like, oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. It could be like a month. He's just vibing in the White House, and then he's just signing in these things. Cool. Make sure they're not hurting people down there. You know what I'm saying? Just to get it out of the way briefly, too, I should probably talk about Grant's foreign policy. Most of his foreign policy really does occur in his first term. There's a lot of different things that go along with it, but specifically, he and his Secretary of State, Hamilton Fish, ultimately do a lot of good things, and Hamilton Fish actually becomes, at least just historically speaking, a very promising and prominent and very solid Secretary of State. Grant's cabinet is kind of all over the place. I'll probably get to that when I get to his second term, because there's a lot of turnover in his cabinet. But the one that is a really strong appointment is going to be Hamilton Fish as the Secretary of State. They work really well together, and he's one of the few, I believe, that ends up remaining in Grant's administration for the entirety of his time as president, all 8 years. So, first things first, Cuba. There's problems in Cuba. A Cuban insurrection. In 1868, the Cuban rebels began fighting against Spain, this guerrilla warfare to gain their independence, and America's very sympathetic to them, and they want to help in any way that they could, but, they don't want to fight a war with Spain, since they just fought a war against themselves in the Civil War. But many in Congress ultimately ended up supporting the rebels, and Congress attempted to pass a couple resolutions recognizing the Cuban rebels' fight against Spain, and the resolution ultimately ended up being defeated. But basically, ultimately, United States and Grant's administration ultimately ended up trying to talk Spain into giving them Cuba, but Spain ultimately ends up saying, "Nah, we got this. This is our nation." And we basically just backed away from it. Grant, in foreign policy, though, did want to continue a lot of the, I don't even want to say imperialistic ideals, but, he wanted to, the next thing he wanted to do was annex Santo Domingo. There's a lot of issues that went along with Santo Domingo specifically. But ultimately, they ultimately ended up turning against whatever treaties that, at least congressionally speaking, in order to annex Santo Domingo. It's actually a really fascinating story, to be quite honest. There's a whole bunch of different political shenanigans and debates and communication that are going on with Grant, Secretary of State. The Secretary of State Fish didn't want to annex Santo Domingo, and there's a whole bunch of different things that would go along with it, as Grant really tried to get a whole bunch of different people, notably Massachusetts Senator Charles Sumner, who is the leader of the Foreign Relations Committee, to gain his support, and it's all over the place. It's a fascinating little story, to be quite honest with you. And then it's known as the Alabama Claims, but specifically it's just about British arbitration to determine the damages that were paid, because there's a bunch of Confederate British-built ships apparently that had caused some damage, and Great Britain supporting the rebels basically had to pay some form of arbitration. There's a whole bunch of different things that I guess you could say that go along with it. Ultimately, Fish, being pretty badass, I guess you could say, ultimately ends up getting Great Britain to agree to arbitration, and resulting what is known as the Treaty of Washington, determining that Great Britain owed the United States $15 million to pay for a lot of the damages. And it's very, very pro-American, and Great Britain ultimately ends up paying it for two reasons. One, it actually ends up improving some level of relations, where it's like, hey man, no hard feelings, and the U.S. is like, you're all right, we'll sell you some more cotton. And Great Britain's like, yes, because they're still in the midst of their industrial revolution, market revolution, and everything's moving very quickly and very fast, and as it would in Grant's presidency in general. But also, number two, it basically really establishes a lot more well, first off, it establishes great trade relations, but also a generally pretty strong relationship in general. Like from this point on, me saying, eat biscuits and whatnot, it's gonna be chill. Like I'll say a biscuit every now and then. There's no hard feelings or real animosity. Great Britain's not gonna be going to war with us. I believe really anytime soon, as it's very clear that United States, Great Britain, Germany, there are going to be eventually the leading industrial powers of the world, effectively. And we're all trying to get on good terms with one another. I mean, England and Germany, not so much, eventually. But for the most part, United States and England, we're tight, We're old rivals who end up, becoming homies again, eventually. Now back to the domestic policy. Ulysses S. Grant, the two main things that will ultimately people remember and ultimately dominate his entire first term is ultimately going to be, first and foremost, the aggressive Reconstruction, I guess you could say, rehabilitation and administrative acts that he is going to implement, and then scandal. We're going to tackle Reconstruction first. Briefly talked about it, but I'm going to go way more in depth right now, a little bit, I guess you could say. First and foremost, understand that, in fairness to Andrew Johnson, you have to remember, just like Grant, both of them came into the office during a very difficult point within this country's history. I'm talking about economic recovery, both in the North and especially in the South, both repairing of structural, financial, and social change that they're going to have to try to implement, which is why, to an extent, I tend to give Johnson a little more breathing room, I guess you could say, instead of, saying he's an outright failure and racist, and all that stuff. And which is why I tend to give Grant a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, because on top of a lot of the stuff that Johnson will do, Grant's going to try and fix a lot of the stuff that Johnson had functionally implemented. When Grant comes in, like I said before, he implements a whole bunch of different acts that are going to curtail Reconstruction, and his Reconstruction plan, to be honest, is a little bit fascinating. It's a little bit of a mixture of Lincoln's plan and then whatever the radical Republicans generally want. First and foremost, Lincoln had this idea of the 10% plan. I didn't really talk about that much, but and I explained it really broadly without giving it a specific designation. The 10% plan was, 10% of the people in the South needed to say they're sorry before and then commit a loyalty to the Union before they can come back and join the Union as a state, specifically. Forgiveness of Confederate leaders, except the actual officers, etc., like Ulysses or Robert E. Lee, Jefferson Davis, those guys for the most part. And Grant really wanted to at least start with that. And he felt that the federal government was going to be the one that was going to do this, preserve the sacrifices of war, and prevent former, I guess you could say, unreconstructed Confederates from gaining power. It was basically just trying to protect the blacks and trying to do everything that they possibly could to, we fought and a lot of people died for this. And, it's not very Gucci, the entire situation that we're going to be putting in, because you have to understand, listen, just because the Civil War ended doesn't mean things were all willy-nilly and good. Things were still bad. The South was very mad. And, in one of the books I read posed this question, the president faced a unique challenge, and that's how could you actively protect the rights of the newly freed slaves without alienating a large segment of the American population? And for Grant, ultimately, it starts with what I think is probably the biggest thing, and that's first assimilation, trying to get people to coexist with one another, but also, for better or worse, you had to force it down people's throats. You had to assimilate with one another for the most part, and then it started with getting black people and the southern whites basically on the same playing field, which required the 14th and then eventually the 15th Amendment when he gets into office. Also, the subsequent acts that one would actually probably say are called the Force Acts, and notably the first couple of them basically saying, hey, if you stop someone from basically getting an opportunity to vote, etc., etc. You threaten them in this particular way. This is not gonna be good for you. I'll put it to you that way. And then ultimately, getting to a point where they start investigating the Ku Klux Klan, this ragtag, volatile, let's be honest, terrorist group and sect that's actually just killing and threatening and brutalizing black people, and then white people that are down there supporting and helping black people for the most part. When he signs that act into law in April of 1871, it's supposed to, and for the most part, really stringently protects blacks, at least in some way, shape, and form, from KKK activity. The biggest problem, though, is that they're just escalating. The South's really mad, and here's the thing. It's just one of those things that regardless of, whether they're racist, whether they're white, etc., etc., if you tell someone not to do something and they have a grudge against you, you think they're just going to do it? No. That's just the truth. And the reality is that, for all the things that you can criticize people in the South for, all these, former slave owners, which you have to understand, a majority of them did not own slaves. A lot of them were just hypnotized into having a racial prejudice and superiority complex to the black people. I actually think even like raw numbers, maybe 25% of male owning or high potential male owning white men had slaves, and even then the lion's share of them, about 20%, didn't really own more than 10. Like the reality is that the big I guess you could say Savannah, real proper Southern folk, I guess you could say, are the ones that are at the brutal slave owners. Ultimately, are the ones that had hundreds and hundreds of slaves. Ultimately, and I'm just saying, if you're gonna tell them to do something, especially when they fought a war, like the whole compounding of the last 5-6 years, they're just not gonna do it, and they'll just blame people, and it sucks because there's very few times that people take responsibility for their actions, and this is throughout history, so this isn't anything new. If the North, for whatever reason, had some reverse issue or policy, they'd be doing the exact same thing. Although, if this was the case where the South won the war, then the North would basically be more obviously in the right, objectively. They'd be on the right side of history, but still. Just the whole point being that conflicts are going to rise. Black people are going to be brutalized. There's actually a couple books that I read about it, and when I get into my episode on Reconstruction, I'll probably go way more into it. But a whole bunch of different, newsletters, like paintings and pictures that I think really tell accurately and fairly, a lot of just at least the feeling and the vibe of, air of just fear. A lot of black people had at that point. A lot of them starting their own communities. A lot of them feeling like we actually might have some semblance of power. A lot of them getting educated. A lot of them running for congressional seats, I mean, it's not just like one or two people that are running for, the House of Representatives. I'm talking about like state and local political office, in all these southern states. Much more than the North, I might want to point out, too. In the North, it's very different. In some parts, the North might still be technically considered segregated. You can just look at high schools and see that there's a clear divide between groups of people. Whole point being, I'm getting way too off topic, that, a lot of issues are going to happen, which is the big reason why, Ulysses S. Grant tends to use will use South Carolina as the example in which they instituted martial law within South Carolina. The 9 counties are split up, in which case a lot of federal troops, whatever federal troops they had, were basically put in to restore law in those specific areas. It's a little bit difficult, though, because that's one of the very few examples. Most of the other southern states, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Georgia tend to have some problems. Sometimes they wouldn't, or sometimes they would send in federal troops. It just depended on the particular situation. They tended to just let things go the way that they were just going to go, unfortunately. And it was a little bit difficult because Grant despite being someone who enjoyed and loves the Union and federal government, also felt that it's a complicated situation that he's in, because he doesn't want to keep sending in federal troops and just be an authoritarian. He needed the people in the South to get it together and really, actually do what they're supposed to do, as state leaders, states' rights versus the federal government. It's tough. There has to be some semblance of limitations that he has to put on himself at the very least, which is difficult because people will suffer because of it. But at the same time, and hopefully over time, things might actually get better. Not to mention too, the reality is the Army's not as big, and there's just not a lot of people in the military as there would before to actually protect these people. So it's really, he's just in a pickle. And it's unfortunate, and Grant's going to get some semblance of negativity that's just going to get thrown his way because of this. Because of this, a lot of people in the South are going to, relent in some way, shape, and form, and be much more, I don't want to say accepting, but they're kind of just like, okay, you're chilling out, we're not going to go crazy. But then, in certain counties, in certain areas, the KKK is just going to basically increase their productivity, and a lot of black people will be punished. Some will die because of this, and because of this particular and potential inaction. And it's tough. It depends on the county, and it's just difficult ultimately. It's just ultimately difficulties in a whole bunch of shitty situations that some people are just going to be put in. It's like Andrew Jackson with the Trail of Tears with Andrew Jackson. It's like, what is he gonna do? You have 15 different things going on that all correlate to this, and no matter what decision you make, people will be mad and you'll be blamed for something. So you just have to make tough decisions ultimately, and Grant made this one in this particular case. The other part, too, that Ulysses S. Grant is going to have to deal with, that he will deal with, unfortunately, is with who he is as a person, and ultimately the thing that's going to be, what I think, is unfortunately his lasting legacy, was ultimately his scandals. And ultimately, when I mean his scandals, I'm talking about his entire scandal-ridden presidency. You see, there's a whole bunch of different books, there's a whole bunch of different things that go along with it. And here's the truth, at least what I think is the truth. Ulysses S. Grant ultimately ends up choosing a lot of people. He chooses a lot of individuals to be in his cabinet, in his appointments and appointees, and he ends up choosing, ultimately end up being people that he believed were to be his friends. You see, Ulysses S. Grant is a very empathetic, sympathetic, and emotional person. Not, he is someone that, when I look at someone with a unique temperament and capability. I think he'd be someone that's going to be a capable leader in the military field, but that does not mean he's going to be a capable leader, say, as a president. It's very, very difficult. But then again, it's also difficult too, because what makes a good president, it's really up to people's individualistic perspective ultimately. I look at Ulysses S. Grant as someone ultimately that, how should I put it? I think he felt like he owed people. I think ultimately he chose a lot of people, a lot of his close associates and close friends, and people that he trusted, and a lot of people that he felt gratitude for, ultimately leading to many different scandals. I briefly talked about the first one being the Black Friday, the stock market crash of 1869, but there's many more that are going to, ironically, in his attempt actually at civil service reform, ultimately is going to end up creating much more problems and less distrust in the government, especially with all the scandals that are going to eventually end up having. I mean, there's a New York Custom House ring scandal, the Star Route postal scandal, salary grab, and many more that actually will end up occurring in his second term specifically. I'll go through I'm going to go through at least a couple of them right now very briefly. There will be three specifically that, I briefly talked about, the that will occur for the most part within his first term and at the end of his first term primarily, outside of the Black Friday stock market crash. The first is going to be the New York Custom House ring, 1871. To put it plainly, to really simplify it and dumb it down, because this thing is going to go really fascinating. A couple investigations were launched into his Treasury Secretary, George Boutwell. Effectively, there was allegations that were later proven that a couple people, notably this guy Moses Grinwell and Thomas Murphy, effectively ended up bypassing local customs and not having to pay taxes on a whole bunch of imported and stored goods in docks and certain private warehouses, which, in order to undercut it, were charged exorbitant amount of fees by Ulysses S. Grant's secretaries, Horace Porter and Orville E. Babcock, basically, in which they got a big share of the profits for the most part. There's a whole bunch of different things that go along with it. The second being the Star Route postal ring. Basically, how can I put it? You have to understand, understand postal routes were very different back then. If now that the Pacific was open, in order to get mail to people was much simpler and easier. Travel was much simpler and easier, but there were still people that had, I guess you could say, some private, mailing companies and mailing firms. One specific contractor was the F.P. Sawyer contractor. Ultimately ended up charging the government about $500,000 a year on postal routes just in the Southwest alone, in which many of them were fictitious. They basically just added on, we got this route, so it's going to be an extra $1,000. Got this route, it's going to be an extra $1,000. And ultimately, and apparently so, the Postmaster General, John Creswell, was basically put under investigation because there was some level of bribe that he was put under, but ultimately was exonerated, but confirmed that he did take about a $40,000 bribe. And lastly, too, I think was really interesting was known as a salary grab scandal. And this is at the time when the salaries for congressmen, senators, etc., the president were raised. For the president, it went from $25,000 a year to $50,000 a year. And the salaries for the members of the House of Congress went up too. But when they had put it into law, ultimately this they basically put a little bit of an asterisk and a little bit of a secret little, between the lines kind of fine print kind of thing, that they were also going to be paid an additional $5,000 in bonus payments for the previous 2 years of their specific term, basically making $10,000 a person for all the House members. It was big and it was a substantial payout, and that pissed everybody off. So you have to understand, he's dealing with all this while dealing with Reconstruction, while dealing with, some of the stuff that's going on overseas, and ultimately people are going to have a very unique, fascinating, I guess you could say, opinion of President Grant. What does it mean for Grant in his second term? Will he get a second term? I mean, spoiler alert, he will. Ultimately, though, he pledged very early on that he was going to run for a second term. Grant was a very fascinating president, to be quite honest with you. A lot of people didn't like him, even within his own party. Like I said before, what you have to understand, and I think it's so apparent in Ulysses S. Grant's presidency in this particular time in United States history, is that, for quite a long time, Republicans and Democrats were pretty similar in many aspects, at least in comparison to what they are today. Most things, like a Republican today, with what is, I don't even know what it is, to be quite honest with you, because of the perceived Republican ideology that goes along with it, wouldn't be a Republican today. They'd be much more aligned with the Democrats of the South, except, really not anywhere near as racist. And then, the flip side is the Democrats of today are probably more likely the Republicans of, yesteryear. But at the same time, it's also not quite the whole story because, ideologically speaking, Republicans and Democrats meant really just North versus South. That was basically it, ideologically speaking. And then, federal, national government and the federal government versus states' rights ultimately was the big dividing line. But overall, what was a progressive, what was a liberal, what was a conservative ultimately had varying different degrees, or what was a moderate, excuse me, they were all different. Like Grant's probably slightly more conservative than most of the actual Republicans within the House and just in general in Congress at this particular point in time. Most of the radical Republicans tend to be very liberal and tend to be very, I guess you could say, their current, variation of woke. And there's a lot of disagreements within the Republican Party between the conservative part, liberal part. They're all kind of low-key fighting each other to an extent, which is why when the election of 1872 was going to come up, it will be with Ulysses S. Grant as Henry Wilson as his new vice president, along with Horace Greeley with his running mate Benjamin Gratz Brown. Yeah, and you have to understand Horace Greeley is a newspaper publisher who's actually a Republican, a liberal Republican, specifically the liberal Republican Party. The Democrats, it's not that they weren't, it's not that they weren't there by any stretch. They were just too disorganized and really couldn't figure out between the Northern Democrats and a lot of the Southern Democrats any viable candidate that was going to beat Ulysses S. Grant. So this is, I think, the only election, basically until before the Democratic Party was even established, that they didn't have a running mate, and most of the Democrats would ironically fall behind Horace Greeley, fascinatingly. The election of 1872 is going to be a very fascinating election. Ulysses S. Grant, you have to understand, despite a lot of the issues that are going to be plaguing his presidency, most of them really don't start up until the tail end of his first term. So, in fairness, Ulysses S. Grant's doing everything that the people want. The economy is really looking like it's on the right track, although that's going to be a little bit difficult in the next couple of years. And, the South, at the very least, is appearing to be much more Republican. Both some white Southerners will actually vote for Ulysses S. Grant that didn't like him before, but, he's showing that he's not a totalitarian monster, and that he's really trying to fix shit for the most part. A lot of people respect that. All of the hard-lined, white power kind of Southerners down there, they're going to be very strictly, they're not for Grant at all. This election will be very, very interesting. To put it plainly, this is going to be the first and only election where, I guess you could say, the challenger or any presidential candidate will actually die during the election. On November 29th, 1872, after the popular vote was counted, but before the Electoral College actually cast its votes, Horace Greeley actually dies. The only time in this country's history, by the way, and the only time since, at least until 2016, where more than one presidential elector voted for another candidate who they were not pledged for. Although in this particular case, it was because the guy ultimately died. The campaigns were very fascinating. Grant ultimately just campaigns on him being Ulysses S. Grant, the war hero, yada yada, etc., etc. We're doing good. We're actually doing all the things that we're supposed to be doing. And then they're basically, I guess you could say, the liberal Republicans are for the most part just pushing forward this idea. What I mean, I'm talking about liberal Republicans. I'm talking about very, very liberal Republicans. A lot of them ultimately, pushing for women's suffrage. And basically other people, like, these guys were woke. They're like, Frederick Douglass should be vice president, and there's a whole bunch of different things that they're really pushing around this particular time. And, you call it sexist, you can just call it, people not ahead of the times for the most part, but even everyone was basically just like, whoa, what are you guys doing? You guys need to chill on all that, jazz and whatnot. Anyways, the election goes on, yada yada yada, and ultimately Ulysses S. Grant will win this election in a pretty strong general landslide, although there's going to be less turnout than there would be in the previous election of 1868. Ulysses S. Grant will get about 3.5 million votes to Greeley's 2.8 million, 55% of the popular vote versus 43. And the Electoral College is a little bit tricky, to be quite honest, but for the most part, Ulysses S. Grant will win roughly about 270 electoral votes to, and this is more so hypothetically, really than anything else. Horace Greeley's like 40 to 45 had he won. Most of the electoral votes went to a whole bunch of different candidates specifically. Anyways, Ulysses S. Grant will get a second term and become the first president to get a second term. God, since just off the top of my head, I have to think about this, to be quite honest with you. Since Andrew Jackson, my goodness, I feel like it's been quite a while since we had a president that had a second term. I mean, you could say Abraham Lincoln technically, but he did not finish out that second term, so it's unfortunate. But technically speaking, hypothetically speaking, one that's actually going to finish it out since Andrew Jackson. Grant's second term is going to be a very devastating second term. The truth and reality is that, how do I put it? Most presidents who end up getting a second term in office tend to have exceedingly worse results in every sense and every measure that one can always look at. Jefferson being the prime example. You can argue James Monroe being woefully terrible. Didn't really affect Andrew Jackson all that much, although it was more so just with the bank wars and everything that was happening. In fact, the second term is actually pretty prominent, except for the economic decline that would eventually happen because of forced specky payments, etc., etc. Grant ultimately is going to have a lot of issues. You can argue his first term is very complicated, but overall, I think in a lot of things that he was attempting to do with Reconstruction, I think some attempts at civil service reform were very positive, and a lot of people ended up looking at him in a much more positive perspective and point of view. The second term will not be like that. It's going to start off, as I will explain in just a second, with a bang, economically speaking, and things will only progressively get worse. More scandals amid economic issues, corruption both on especially the Republican, but absolutely as well the Democratic side of the political aisle as well, and not to mention just a lot more contentious issues. It's just going to be scandals, to be quite honest with you, that will crowd and just ruin any semblance of a positive second term for Ulysses S. Grant, which is fascinating because one could actually argue that he probably and possibly could have pushed for a third term. Financial difficulties came up within his second term of his administration. The banking firm of J. Cook and Company, the primary investors of Northern Pacific Railroad, would collapse in 1783. Really precipitating and being, in a lot of ways, the catalyst for a severe depression, the Depression of 1873, which would last for the better part, or be known as the Panic of 1873, which would expand for the better part of 4 to 5 years, unfortunately. Now, there are numerous reasons for depressions, to be quite honest with you, because you have to understand it's not one thing, it's many things. One big thing contributes it, in which case it can affect a lot of other smaller things, obviously, but for the most part, this particular depression and particular panic is one of many little things that ultimately will occur. The obvious reality is that the railroads were overly expanding more than the actual the necessity and the need for the railroads. It's great to have trade, etc., but if you don't have anything on the trains and don't have people going on the trains to travel, what's the point? That's just the truth and reality. People were over speculating as usual. People were putting too much money into securities, and you have to understand, people just aren't buying things, and things tend to slow down. People want to put more money into the bank, and sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes that can be exceptionally a bad thing. the problems with a lot of these banks, the First National Bank, Second National Bank, a lot of these banks and a lot of these supposed independent and financial treasuries, I guess you could say, they tend to, if not corrected properly and not doing what they're supposed to do, issue excessive amounts of paper money, and inflation tends to go up. And starting with Grant, I will attempt to, the best of my ability, try and talk about inflation rates, unemployment rates. Inflation rates during Grant's presidency tend to be pretty darn high, upwards around at least 8 to 9 to 10% roughly. Not to mention too, when this panic will set in, the unemployment rate in this country will reach double digits, close to 11 to 12%, which is, if your unemployment rate is close to 10%, that's terrible. If it's around 15, it's catastrophic. It's not anywhere near the Great Depression levels, but this country is struggling. And, most of these places that will grossly suffer are going to be the big cities ultimately. And the thing is what makes it worse is that, especially in, say, the stock market and the stock exchange, people tend to panic. And, when things aren't going well and they're only progressively getting worse, people start selling. And ultimately, the New York Stock Exchange in general would end up being closed for the better part of 10 days, starting on September 20th. That's how bad things actually got. But it's not just that, too. It's across the pond, Europe is struggling. France and Prussia, I guess you could say, before Germany becomes Germany, they're going to have their wars. Wars are not very good. England's going to go through a bit of a slowdown economically as well. Not to mention too, things that will effectively end up happening is insurance payouts. The Great Chicago Fire and a fire that's going to destroy parts of Boston really made things, ultimately much worse, I would probably say, than anything else. Things were made difficult too, which will lead to another potential scandal that's going to occur. The whiskey tax scandal is Grant will ultimately attempt to, along with the curtailing the cost of this entire financial crisis, is to raise taxes, and specifically taxes on distilled liquor. Also to mention too, the catch up, I guess you could say, of the Civil War costs are probably catching up to this point too as well. Very briefly, I will point out and end with his restructuring policies that he was going to continue to instill. This is going to go through basically the end of his term, all the way until basically the very beginning of Rutherford B. Hayes's, let's just be honest, 100% controversial election, an eventual presidency, technically speaking. It's a very complicated issue that I honestly can't wait to get at, because if you want to talk about complicated elections, as of the recording of this, it's still 3 weeks after the election, so of the 2020 election specifically. The election of 1876 people should really look into. And I plan to do a specific episode on most of the elections, and that one's going to be a very, very long one. Anyways, Grant's going to continue pushing a lot of his policies in Reconstruction, ultimately going to keep having federal troops down there to protect the rights of blacks, and also help technically protect the rights of, white disgruntled Southerners for the most part. And for the next 4 years, it's going to be a bit of a tug and war between the both of them. Between the blacks and the white Southerners, where he's going to put more troops in there, where he's going to try and put a stranglehold on them. It's complicated, because you have to understand the focus of basically what everyone is doing, okay? And the Panic of 1879 and the Depression did not help matters more, because people were more focused on that than actually, the rights of black people. Let's just be 100% honest. When it comes to money issues and depression, people don't tend to look at social issues as much when you're starving, which I think people today are gonna really start realizing. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that many people were very disgruntled, I guess you could say, with the southern governors and the southern governments, Republicans and Democrats, ultimately. Because, the Democratic Party in the North is very different than the Democratic Party in the South. There's going to be a bit of a divide there, ultimately. They will unite in the election of 1876 to go against the Republican Party, ultimately. But still, the political climate for the Republicans in the South, it's still not very good. Let's just be 100% honest. And Republicans did not, without, the support of the black people down there, we're not going to have any real Republican base, unfortunately, down there. And, it's tough because in Grant's perspective, he does want to build some semblance of a Southern coalition down there, at least with some white Southern coalition, specifically, entice Southerners into the Republican Party. He wanted to show that he can create jobs, solid businesses, basically, and do whatever he can to defend the region in any meaningful way and show, some sort of semblance of competence within the White House and the presidency and the Republican Party. But, it's not helping with the financial issues and the financial woes. And for the next 4 years, he's going to effectively go back and forth, trying to play a balance, by doing as much as he could, but not too much. So where he's sending in all these federal troops to do a military-style dictatorship and not doing too little, to where, not protecting the rights of black people down there in the South. And the truth is that Reconstruction for Grant, just like Johnson, it's never going to be the perfect thing. It's always going to be, basically, I'm going to try and do what I believe is right with the best of intentions. And, people are going to have complicated issues with it because I'm not doing it in the perspective and the particular way that they want to do it, ultimately. So I'm going to briefly talk about it before I go into much more, I guess you could say, the rest of Grant's presidency is scandals. Like I said before, scandals are just going to keep happening. A lot of shit's just going to keep happening. You have to understand, Grant's popular himself. He's going to be always going to be the guy as the war hero. And the truth is a lot of people, it's not because of him. He's not actually technically part of any of these scandals whatsoever. He does not benefit in any meaningful way in any of these scandals. Most people will, I think, look at it in the sense that he just chooses the wrong people, and that the Republican Party as a whole and the Democratic Party as a whole are both just very, sneaky and really corrupt in a lot of ways. And, a lot more scandals are going to end up occurring. A couple more will happen, and then, by the time of the 1874 midterm elections, the Democratic Party ends up getting a majority in the House. They win back a lot of seats. A lot of the Southerners and most of the Southern states by this point in time during Grant's second term as the president are going to be back within the Union. Texas, I believe Mississippi and Arkansas. I don't forget if it was those three states, but who were the only ones that weren't left outside of the Union. But they're going to come back and they're going to get the majority in the House, which is going to be unfortunate for the Republicans. And Ulysses S. Grant specifically, because they're going to keep hammering on and make basically the Republicans as the most corrupt human beings on the face of the earth. And the truth is that it is pretty corrupt. There's a lot of finicky things, and that a lot of Grant's appointments ultimately end up making a lot of money, unfortunately at the detriment of the president himself. Here's just a couple of the scandals that will occur during Grant's second term. The first and most notable that came with Grant's attempt to try and help alleviate financial panic, which I'm just going to briefly talk about here before I get into the actual whiskey ring corruption scandal itself, is the fact that Grant ultimately staves off many economic proposals that would hypothetically help alleviate the depression within the country, almost like a little bit Martin Van Buren-esque. Multiple times, he will veto many bills in his entire career. Most of them economic bills specifically. The first one that I always thought was notable was he vetoed a private pension bill for Civil War soldiers, I believe. Ultimately, basically that would cost the country a shit ton of money by their estimates, but I don't know the specific numbers. But ultimately, the next one was a specific I guess you could say panic bill. I don't know what it would specifically end up being called. the inflation bill. The inflation bill that would actually put in $100 million, increase the money supply by $100 million to alleviate the depression. But Grant basically said that the inflation is very, very dangerous. Let's not do that. It's only going to help for a short time and ultimately just make things worse in the long run. One of the things that he did was to raise taxes on whiskey, but most of the people within the industry, the alcohol industry, ended up figuring out ways to circumvent it. Most of them, a lot of them had actually just evading taxes in the Midwest through various different means, but a lot of them ultimately bribing, members of the Treasury Secretary Department, and basically evading taxes in general because of it. So it's basically, to dumb it up, had they collected the appropriate amount of taxes per year, probably would have been close to about $1.5 million a year of revenue that the government would have been able to get, for the most part, because of taxes. And the agents who were supposed to get it would basically be like, well, it's 70 cents. They're really not gonna, do too much or do anything negative about it. So how about this? You pay me $35, I'll take $5 of that, and then, the rest I'll put into the actual taxes. So it's aggressive discounted of taxes, or sometimes you might skip a payment or two, and they would split effectively all the profits from the most part with some of the actual distillers themselves, ultimately, where it's like, hey man, I'm not going to do this, and if I don't collect taxes this week, you might give me a little bit of a here, give me this, etc., give me a bribe, and they're like, all right, I got you, fam. It'd be a little bit less, but it'd be tax free for both sides for the most part. Ultimately, Internal Revenue Services basically sees a lot of things happening, and with Grant's endorsement, Secretary of the Treasury, Benjamin Bristow, ultimately just cracks down, and well over hundreds of people are arrested within this department. In fact, actually, Ulysses, as Grant's personal secretary, is actually a part of it, and Grant ends up saving him from getting indicted, but still, hundreds of people would be convicted of this. A lot of people, and unfortunately, a lot of people are going to go to jail. So after the whiskey scandal, I guess you could say, which President Grant was actually rumored to be a part of specifically, and this really started in a lot of ways, being involved in some semblance of a ring like this early in his re-election bid in 1872, although the taxes themselves wouldn't have been implemented by then. He actually ended up testifying in court, or not testifying. He ended up giving a deposition in front of the congressional, and basically in front of Congress in front of a congressional legal representative at the White House. And Grant is really the first, to this day, I believe, the only president ever to testify for a defendant specifically. It's actually a pretty solid a piece of deposition that people should actually look for, and it's pretty interesting. But for the most part, Grant's like, he's not a part of this whatsoever. The next one that's going to be pretty big is his own Secretary of War, William Belknap. Very fascinating. Let me just put it to you in this situation. To put it plainly, they found out and discovered they had taken kickbacks from the post trader at Forks Hill, Oklahoma. And it's a very complicated story. In 1870, his wife had worked out this arrangement, ultimately starting, I guess you could say, how do I put it? They found out that Belknap, in exchange for appointments for lucrative trading posts, specifically for specific, I guess you could say, companies, got kickbacks. Because if you go into specific forts, I guess you could say, you can trade all your goods there that might be lucrative in a particular area. And in this particular area, Native Americans would go there. They would trade a lot of their goods for food, clothing, and for the most part, people who worked at those specific forts and had those specific contracts made a pretty penny. at the expense of the natives, let's be honest here, in which Belknap's wife, Carrie, had actually been the one that was orchestrating and the one who was the one that really started a whole bunch of different profits and gaining a whole bunch of different profits specifically. And then when she died, it was her sister, who would also become Mrs. Belknap, fascinatingly, continued the practice for the most part. And with everything that, and they knew all this was happening, William Belknap was very aware of all the kickbacks that were happening, and numbers vary, but ultimately ended up receiving about $20,000 to $25,000 in revenue and profit. When the scandal was found out, because of the excessive and aggressive Democratic House majority, Belknap will resign from his seat. Grant accepted the Secretary's resignation, but the House, actually, because of reasons, still impeached Belknap. The Senate failed to reach the required 2/3 majority for conviction. So, it's all politics, ultimately, really, just for that little end tidbit there. I would like to point out one very, very interesting historical tidbit I was looking at. During this specific hearing, I guess you could say, when they're going through the whole process of figuring out and investigating Mr. Belknap, the Secretary of War, apparently General George A. Custer, well, not General, Lieutenant Colonel George A. Custer actually testified to Congress and testified in basically saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, he did all these things, etc., etc. But things got very tricky because apparently Custer also testified against Orville Grant. Orville being Ulysses S. Grant's younger brother. Grant becomes pretty pissed, fairly, because it's like, how dare you put my brother's name in, all this slanderous stuff, etc., etc. And he talks to Sherman. Tecumseh Sherman, who at this point is taking Grant's position as the leader of all the armies, etc., etc., to tell him, hey, don't give him that 7th Cavalry Command, because apparently he was supposed to join General Terry in the Valley of Little Bighorn to stop Crazy Horse and the Sioux Indians. I'm terrible with names and pronunciations, but ultimately he actually succeeded initially, but Custer's really pissed off, and he's like, how dare you, and ultimately ends up getting General Sheridan to basically reverse the decision, apparently. Basically, General Sheridan's arguing it, and then he's like, it's fine with me, and, ultimately ends up getting his command back, and then goes into Little Bighorn, and history occurs. I just like little things like that, fascinating what ifs for things of that nature. So, like I said, many different scandals are going to occur with his presidency. Trading Post, Catalysm, which apparently is more, people giving lucrative contracts to specific companies and, for bribes, etc., etc. Safe burglary conspiracy. There's the whole Navy contract issue with the Secretary of the Navy that's going to occur. And the truth is, a lot of his cabinet members are just going to be going along through many of these, I guess you could say, many of these different issues that are going to just cloud the majority of his second term of his presidency. The truth is that he has a lot on his plate. He's going to be doing and going through, at least I'm going through the timeline right now, many of the reconstruction efforts. Most notable thing that's going to occur ultimately are small little disputes, I guess you could say, within the South. One of the most notable is the Colfax massacre itself. See, what happened was, it happens in Louisiana. An election, a controversial election, had happened, and it was a split vote, I guess you could say. Two candidates had claimed victory, and ultimately, what ends up happening is, how do I put it? Black people ultimately were intimidated with the use of violence, and ultimately the liberal Republicans, Democrats had claimed that their man John McNary was the victor, while the Republicans claimed William P. Kellogg had actually won. which is funny because, you want to talk about contested elections. Both these guys were sworn in as governor on January 13th of 1873, and ultimately it took a federal judge to say that Kellogg was the rightful winner of the election and ordered him and the Republican-based majority to basically run Louisiana. Well, to put it plainly, issues arose. And how do I put it? This is a very complicated episode, and there's actually one very interesting podcast that goes into the Reconstruction era, and that does a very fascinating reenactment of it. But black state militiamen ultimately ended up defending the courthouse, specifically on March 25th, the Colfax courthouse in particular, where a large group of white forces then it basically surround and for days do a small siege on the actual courthouse itself. Stories of little kids throwing shit through the window. Basically what ends up happening is the better part of 50 to 100 black people would be captured and or outright killed in protecting the courthouse and defending the Colfax courthouse, and Governor Kellogg and takes army and military troops and intervention in order to actually stop the violence from actually occurring. Louisiana and Colfax specifically Louisiana's going to be the big hotbed. Really, for the better part of his second term, there's just going to be a whole bunch of different issues, specifically with William P. Kellogg, where the militias are just going to keep going ham, and small little battles will effectively occur. At one point, a large-scale battle involving the better part of 10,000 people, like 4,000 of them being African-American militiamen, police fighting against 8,000 to 6,000, 6 to 8,000, what they call back then white league troops, but it's basically just white people and former Confederate soldiers basically just fighting against these people in the streets of Louisiana, and I think close to New Orleans, specifically the State House at New Orleans. And basically election issues will occur in the South that are going to be very extreme, very rough, and very difficult for a lot of people to ultimately accept. And I'm going to go far more into this, I think, when I get to my episode on Reconstruction. But the most notable, I would probably say, too, is the Brooks-Baxter affair in Arkansas. Same exact thing in a contested election for the candidates of governor, involving Elijah Baxter and Joseph Brooks, Democrat, Republican. And massive fraud characterized the election, in which Baxter, he somehow won and took office, but Brooks is like, this is an unfair election, yada yada, I should have won. And ultimately a local judge had ruled Brooks the winner, and both people started fighting within the streets in Little Rock, I believe, ultimately. And it was just a very disarrayed situation, in which this is one that Ulysses S. Grant directly intervened, calling on the two men to actually, or he issued a proclamation that Baxter was the winner, ultimately, but he forced the two men to try and talk things out, but Baxter would have refused, and ultimately Brooks would win in the next election specifically. And Grant would basically come out and say, like, I told you he won, and yeah. And then a lot of more issues are gonna occur, specifically just with conflicts with blacks in the South and whites in the South. And it's things like this where you fight now, but things are supposed to work out in the future, which makes some of the issues that will occur when the election of 1876 really comes around, unfortunately, very sad and very difficult. The most notable one, too, is the other gubernatorial race election that will occur in South Carolina. You see, South Carolina was in the election of 1876, and they had a Republican governor, Daniel H. Chamberson, and they wanted to win a lot of the white people down. They wanted the win for the ex-Confederate, this guy named Wade Hampton, through all measures that they could possibly think of, even if it included violence and intimidation. and to put it plainly, they were just basically just at odds, Republicans and Democrats. The Republicans wanted to bring back Chamberlain for a second term, and Democrats would be like, if you do this, we will start shooting you guys. And basically the Republicans are like, fucking go, fam. And on July 8th, during that election year, 5 African-American men were murdered in Hamburg. And basically it was just a free-for-all of bloodshed and just violence in every sense and every measurement. But black people fought back, Black militiamen ultimately ended up fighting back left and right, and ultimately did all that they could to basically hold up everything that they possibly could to basically, in a lot of ways, just keep things fair, keep things from spreading out to Civil War 2.0. And it only made things much more difficult in that particular gubernatorial race, which I do plan to get to when I get to the my Reconstruction episodes. It was also around the time of another presidential election, ultimately, because Chamberlain would actually win his re-election bid ultimately, and things would go out pretty fucking crazy, to be quite honest with you. And like I said, the presidential elections coming up, and in a couple months later in 1876, during this long campaign of senseless fighting and violence, in which case whoever really won ultimately was going to determine what was going to happen in South Carolina. And ultimately, Rutherford B. Hayes won in a very contested election, in which case he would withdraw troops really from the South ultimately. In which case Chamberlain, for fear of his life, ultimately would leave the state soon after, I believe. So real quick, before we get into other aspects that aren't, the, I guess you could say, political scandals, the political issues that are going to occur, the Reconstruction stuff, he does have some domestic policy stuff that he tends to push. Obviously the big ones are going to be the financial issues that are going to effectively end up really wrecking the country in a lot of ways, ultimately vetoing the whole bunch of different things, because he doesn't want the national debt to keep rising, and for inflation to basically ruin the country's money. So he ends up vetoing a whole bunch of different bills. The inflation bills, compromise bills a lot of the time. Ultimately, finally, in June of 20th of 1874, Congress passes a compromise bill, basically saying that $26 million and the most amount of credit technically and inflation amount of money that can be dumped into the actual circulation of the money circulation is about $382 million would be distributed to the states, and states that definitely need it more for the most part. Ultimately really didn't help economically speaking. Like I said, it just you have money now, but things are just going to get more pricey and things are inflated. It's like, I have $10 more, but if that thing is going to cost $1 more than it should, then what's the whole point? It's only going to help alleviate a certain real issue at that. It just makes things more difficult, ultimately, is what I'm trying to say. It didn't really do much. And then soon after, he signs into office the Resumption of Specie Act. This legislation would provide that paper money in circulation would be exchanged for gold and silver coins, which makes things so much more just makes things so much better for the entire country, to be quite honest with you. Less paper money within the circulation ultimately is going to reduce inflation, and now the country actually has some gold and silver in its banks for the most part, and make things a little bit better in a lot of ways, or less gold and silver, but for the most part, it just makes things much cheaper in a lot of ways. Less inflation ultimately is going to make things a lot simpler for the country and put the country on the right path for financial success. Ultimately, he's going to have a couple of other domestic things that he's going to be really pushing for. Apparently, there's Chinese prostitution. I knew my country people would come to the country quite earlier, but specifically Chinese women are immigrating at large numbers to the country for purposes of prostitution, which I think is really fascinating. And I believe a lot of them might have gone to Utah, because there's not Utah specifically, but West Coast specifically, where a lot of people were basically saying that it's just like polygamy, having a Chinese chick on the side. It's pretty cool, I guess. I don't know. I'm just making fun jokes here. We're having fun here. Ultimately, though, his other policies that he's going to try and advance is twofold. The Civil Rights Act of 1875, which, if I'm going to be 100% honest, it really doesn't do anything. Ultimately, its purposes, for the most part, is to provide equal treatment, notably in public accommodations, public transportation, and prohibiting people from jury duty and jury services, which it's just really not going to be anything, because once, unfortunately, Reconstruction ends, nothing's going to be followed, and nothing's going to help benefit anyone, any black person in the South. Ultimately, two of the other domestic issues that are going to occur are going to be public school and public education that he's going to be really pushing for, aggressively so. It's going to be this guy, James G. Blaine, who at this point is a very young upstart politician, and he's going to be one of the more interesting historical Republican figures in this country's history. He will be the Secretary of State for 2 presidents. Well, actually, technically 3 if you want to be more specific. It's Garfield before he gets shot, then Arthur, and then I believe Benjamin Harrison. Specifically. Ultimately, he's going to produce this amendment called the Blaine Amendment. That would have been the 16th amendment in this country's history, but ultimately does not get the requisite votes. It missed it by 4 votes. But ultimately, I think most states by this point have, for whatever reason or not, have basically adopted this amendment within their state constitution for effectively public education. The final thing I really want to touch on specifically and really point out, which is really going to start and really only progress through subsequent Republican presidents after Ulysses S. Grant, I guess you could say, are Native American wars and the Indian wars, I guess you could say, that are going to be occurring more so out west. Like the actual stories of the cowboys and Indians. This is the time that Ulysses S. Grant, as president, that he's going to be living in, and being the individual who's going to be overseeing a lot of this stuff, ends up happening. Once he goes in office, the Civil War ends and Reconstruction goes on. And they're building all the railroads in the Midwest. It's not like a lot of the people are building things peacefully. No, they're being attacked. They're being attacked left and right, and it's not very peaceful. And ultimately, a lot of issues are going to start arising. People are going to start, cowboys and Indians, like I said before, but it gets to a point where Grant's going to have to start putting in soldiers within the Midwest themselves, which is a big reason why he can't put in a lot of men, specifically in the Reconstruction era and Reconstruction period in area, ultimately due to the reality that there's a lot of issues with natives that are going to really be occurring in the Midwest. A lot of people are going to start fighting each other. Small little contingents and battles ultimately are going to be occurring during this particular point in time, and I would like to leave this specifically for its own episode in due time, which I hope I get to at some point, which I think is going to be very interesting. And ultimately, just the big wars and battles that will effectively occur: the Modoc War, Red River War, the Great Civil War, which will include, as I noted very briefly and very earlier, probably the most famous battle, the Battle of Little Bighorn, that will occur. And, I just wanted to leave this and point out that this is going to be occurring for most of this time, and Congress is going to bring in a lot of men, a lot of troops to combat a lot of natives and a lot of tribal warriors. Thousands and thousands and thousands of men, and at times with high casualties, and specifically with the Battle of Little Bighorn, a lot of men are going to die. Grant's second term, and let's just be quite honest with this entirety of the presidency, is very fascinating, very interesting, and I'll probably go way more into it at the very end, but ultimately it's going to be one that is one of the more historically complicated ones, to be quite honest with you, when you really look back on it, and I'll get more into it when I talk about it, but just to briefly talk about it, it's filled with complications, a lot of scandal, which, in fairness, most of it, he personally is just not at all involved. And in fact, when a lot of these scandals end up occurring, he's kind of just like, wait, what? What's happening? Really, my homeboy? Damn, he do me dirty like that? That's kind of like his reaction a lot of the times. He can feign ignorance, or, he could have been a part of it. Who knows? To be quite honest with you, history's really finicky in a lot of these things. I generally don't believe so. I think he's a very honest man, a very emotional man, and I think he's just really kind of dumb at points. And in fact, his presidency in a lot of ways is a little bit of inaction and really laxed hands at a time when it should not have been laxed hands, if that makes any sense. Ultimately, though, despite a lot of the issues, despite high unemployment, despite a lot of things, generally speaking, because of his war hero status and a lot of things that he's fighting for in terms of equality for people, you can't hate a man for doing what ultimately is the right thing to do. He still has a, relatively speaking, high approval rating. And there's actually quite a bit of talk of Ulysses S. Grant potentially, hypothetically, going for a third term. The election of 1876. In 1876, early on, there is a bit of a question with him actually going for another re-election, a third term. He'd say, and this is him, I quote specifically, "I would not accept a nomination if it were tendered unless it should come under such circumstances as to make it an imperative duty, circumstances not likely to arise," which is funny because his wife, Julia, loved being the first lady. She loved the White House and loved everything about it specifically, and her kids loved it too. Everyone loved it. Except for Ulysses S. Grant. He fucking hated it, and he wanted to retire quickly as soon as he possibly could. Note this too. Ulysses S. Grant will marry his daughter, Nellie, to a man, Englishman, Algernon Santoris, I believe. Santoris. I think it's two T's. Santoris. In 1874, and she would it's in little tidbits, I guess. She would go and live with him in England. She get divorced a couple years later. Really fascinating. But there is actual real question, and he's really asking himself because he really doesn't want to run again for a third term for posterity reasons, because he doesn't want to be the first president to have a third term. Also because he's exhausted. He's tired. He doesn't want to have to deal with scandal after scandal and have his name be dragged through the mud as it's been for the last couple years. And ultimately, I think he's just tired of what the Republicans are doing, And like I said before, history tends to look, in fairness, like Republicans are on the right side of history, but, that history's not perfect, to be quite honest with you. And the truth is I tend to vote more Republican, but, I'm going to be honest with you. History's really creative. It's really fascinating, and there's two sides to every story. And there's always two sides to every story. And the Republicans themselves didn't really like Ulysses S. Grant, to be quite honest with you. And, I guess you could say what would be considered the Republican establishment by this particular point in time. And I don't even say they are the establishment specifically. Most of these guys are people who actually live and tend to, at least historically speaking, be historically honorable people. One of these men, supposedly, is going to be Rutherford B. Hayes, who's going to be, at the very least on the onset of the Republican convention, the candidate, who's a much more conservative Republican individual, who's supposed to be, one that's going to align the Democrats and Republicans in a lot of ways. And it's also notable, too, that he's going to only basically make it very clear he's going to serve one term. I think he sees Ulysses and he's just like, oof, Jesus, Ulysses, oof. Anyways, Ulysses makes it very clear that he will not run for a third term. He will retire and basically end his presidential legacy very much soon after, and ultimately go off into the sunset very soon. The election of 1876 will occur, and I need to leave this to Rutherford B. Hayes. This is going to be probably one of the longer sections in his episode, but I need to leave it for him. Regardless of what happens, though, Rutherford B. Hayes will become the next president of the United States of America through very complicated means and controversial means, and Ulysses S. Grant will finally get to retire. He will finally get to leave, and he will leave a very fascinating legacy that historians have looked upon for basically the better part of almost a century and a half, with complicated and genuine love and genuine criticism and just genuine confusion in how we interpret and look at his history. So what did Ulysses S. Grant do once he retired? Well, first and foremost, he tied up loose ends. The issues that occurred with the election, ultimately Ulysses S. Grant tried to calm the nerves of a whole bunch of different people, specifically with the contingency of the election itself, and ultimately ended up consolidating the power, I guess you could say, or making things calm. Say what you will about Ulysses S. Grant, but his last act really attempted, in every sense of the word, to try and calm people's nerves in the very contested election that had just occurred. And ultimately ended up, transferring the power away to Rutherford B. Hayes in a way that helped people really feel reassured in the confidence within their federal government. Afterwards, though, Ulysses S. Grant and his wife Julia ultimately decide, they go back home first, and they're basically just figuring out, you know what, I think we deserve a break. We've been doing this since, 1860, my love, for fucking 16 years. Let's actually, enjoy life and out of the public limelight for a little bit and just be tourists and stuff and enjoy life. So he had actually invested money previously, or his wife had, into of this Virginia company, this mining company in particular, and they were able to make 25 shares and $25,000, which I don't know how that went through, but whatever. Ultimately, they had money though. They did have some money, which they would use to finance their trip. I mean, what was their trip? They're going to travel the world, baby. They visited old world Europe. They ended up and were entertained by many of the European leaders by that particular point in time. I think Queen Victoria is still around. I don't know who France's leader is at this point. He probably met Otto von Bismarck. I think Wilhelm the First is still there. Before the second is, I don't even think the second is born yet, to be quite honest with you. And would travel everywhere. It's funny because he hated doing military parades and stuff. He hated it, but he resigned himself to it. And actually had a specific uniform he made on certain occasions where, the great General Ulysses S. Grant, he hated small talk, and he just wanted to be a normal American tourist, if that makes any sense, which I think is funny because, we think of American tourists now, but back then, it's kind of the same thing a little bit. He just wanted to enjoy things, wanted to be quiet, and he just wanted to watch the people wander the streets. And he visited in Europe all the great art museums, all the key sites, etc., etc. It's quite funny because wherever he went, for better or worse, what Ulysses S. Grant, because you have to remember, he might be one of the most popular human beings alive at this point. I think we don't think of him historically as great as, say, Abraham Lincoln relative comparison, but Ulysses S. Grant might as well be, at least adjacent to Abraham Lincoln at this particular point in time. He's a hero to a whole bunch of different people. This guy who helped reunite American democracy everywhere he went, and someone who basically was just like, you make me believe that democracy can work, et cetera, et cetera. And, for him, it was kind of cool. He's basically being greeted as a hero, and he wanted to travel, and now he could indulge this passion, going to a whole bunch of different people, meet royalty, artists, etc., Europe, and then Africa, then the Middle East, and then Asia. One of the big thrills for him was to go to Egypt, where he got to see the pyramids, and then got to go to Palestine, and he went to Turkey. He actually, when he went to, I think Saudi Arabia, I don't know if it is in Saudi Arabia, but Sultan Abdul Hamid II gave him 2 horses, and they traveled the Suez Canal in India. They went to China, Siam, Japan, and ultimately, can you just imagine back then There is no expedited travel. They, for 2 years, were rocking. And they traveled from fucking Europe all the way to motherfucking Japan, okay? And they had actually planned to go to Australia, but they were like, you know what? 2 years is long enough. Let's just go home and enjoy life, And Grant's probably like, damn it. But then, in retrospect, if he knew that there were big-ass spiders down there and monstrosities of nature, I think he might be a bit more apprehensive of going. So, The Grants, they left from Japan, going all the way to crossing the Pacific and arriving in San Francisco late in September 1879. And when they arrived in San Francisco, they visited everywhere in San Francisco, all over California, to be quite honest. They visited the Comstock Mine, and then traveled by train to Galena, Illinois. And basically, back in Illinois, they were greeted by everybody. He met old war buddies, the former generals that he would fight alongside with and lead, and Sheridan and Sherman himself. Also, another fellow who would actually become a very famous writer and very good friend, Samuel Clemens. If you don't know who that is, another name that he goes by is Mark Twain, which is pretty cool. People know everybody apparently back then. Small country. It's not like there's 300 million people yet. It's probably closer to 50 to 60, but still. While he's also there too, a lot of the Republican Party in Illinois, they kind of get a fascinating idea because Grant, like I said, his travels were told while he was in Europe and away from the country. Ultimately, his popularity kind of soared because it's like, oh, the president's all traveling all around the world. It's like, oh my god, that's pretty cool. His popularity was really renewed, and there was talks about Ulysses S. Grant trying to get him to run again. And Ulysses S. Grant, he hears all this stuff, and he's just like, "Oh, what the fuck?" And a lot of people were very fascinated because first and foremost, a lot of people had conflict. First and foremost, people had complicated issues because, since George Washington, there's this unofficial 2-term rule specifically. The whole reason the whole reason it's 4 years is to not create a dictatorship, not to create a monarchy. We got rid of the autocracy for a reason. And, Grant himself, first and foremost, he just doesn't want to run. He's like, I just got back from vacation. Can I just get 5 minutes before you try to make me run for president again, And he's basically saying, I'm not going to go. If you want to bring in somebody, put in that James Blaine guy, like I said before, if anything else. The Republican National Convention of 1880 is a very interesting one. They would have a lot of problems and a lot of issues, and ultimately will end up settling on kind of a weird middle-tier candidate. I don't want to say middle-tier candidate, but one who, first and foremost, for some reason in 1880, nobody wanted to be president, at least on the Republican side. There's a story of, because Grant himself's basically like, I'll do what I have to do, but I pledge all my stuff, to other people, And when he first got the initial nomination, he actually ended up getting the most delegates pledged to Grant to himself, but ultimately not the majority. So he's kind of like, ooh, and he's like, I'm out, get me out of there. And it took him a while to find a candidate. In fact, the one candidate that they would ultimately end up deciding on and compromising on is James A. Garfield. And James A. Garfield, as I will get to in his episode number 20, he himself, I don't want to say famously, because I don't think anyone knows who the fuck James A. Garfield is, but he famously said, I don't want this. Please don't nominate me. He does not want to be president. Especially around this particular point in time. James A. Garfield, I will say this, spoiler, it will be noted as the second president that will be assassinated in this country's history. But ultimately, Grant will not get the nomination. He's just like, ooh, okay, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Once returning home, though, they attempted to live a peaceful life for the most part, but, in two problems. Galena, Illinois, which is their home. Effectively, it was a bit small for the president. That sounds bad, but just you grow out of small town life. Not to mention too, the biggest issue, which would always plague Grant throughout his entire life, unfortunately, it's just money problems. Here's the truth: he's just never ever gonna have really any positive financial outlook, to be quite honest with you. And that's not to be negative to Ulysses S. Grant. The reality is, business just does not work for him. Whether it was early in his career, trying to make it on his own, trying to work land, doing all these different little business ventures, ultimately failing as a tanner with his family, and it's just going to continue to follow him, unfortunately. Excuse me. A lot of the money that they had used up with his stocks, and ultimately a lot of the family's savings, really dried up during their 2-year excursion throughout Europe and basically the entire world, which is pretty badass, to be fair. And I would probably do the same thing too. I'd rather enjoy 2 years of my life in that way, shape, and form than come back broke. I'd be like, no regrets. I got to see life. I got to see the world. I got to see what this existence really has in store. I got to see the truth from my own eyes. Little things like that. I don't blame him. But it's cool that when you're the former president and you have a lot of wealthy friends, specifically, I think Grant, his son Grant, Jesse Grant, Jay Gould, and a couple other people ended up really helping facilitate buying a house in Manhattan, New York. So the Grants basically just like, okay, cool. So the Grants moved into East 66th Street of New York in the Upper East Side, where Ulysses S. Grant became the president of the Mexican South Road Railroad Company. And it's very fascinating. You want to talk about a president. Look, he's complicated, but he tried to build a railroad that stemmed from the United States to Mexico, which in fairness is actually pretty smart, to be quite honest with you. And also specifically railroads within Mexico as well. In which case, he actually had asked Chester A. Arthur, who at this point is now the president after the assassination of James A. Garfield, to negotiate a treaty with Mexico, specifically a free trade treaty that was going to help them, for the most part, facilitate this and facilitate the need for it. And ultimately, it's going to end up failing and backfiring in a lot of ways. Not totally, but the railroad ultimately ended up just not being really started or really finished, and the company would end up falling into bankruptcy the year after. Soon after, though, another opportunity would come up. Ulysses S. Grant's son, Buck, he had opened this Wall Street brokerage firm with this guy named Ferdinand Ward, who's going to be infamous to Ulysses S. Grant, and ultimately one that's just not a good person. He was someone who basically walked through tall, strong, confident, and basically would take your money in front of you. He's just one of those kinds of individuals and people. But at this particular time, he was a rising star on Wall Street, so it seemed like a very sound investment of someone who was financially lucrative, but they didn't know how steep his financial connections and how much and how far, I guess you could say, he would go in terms of swindling people's money. Soon after, though, they would create their firm, specifically the Grant and Ward firm. And at first, it was initially successful. Things were going actually pretty good, to be quite honest with you. And Ulysses S. Grant, believing in the firm, joined the firm himself and invested $100,000 of his own money. Grant basically did tell Ward, though, that I gotta be honest with you, if you do anything with the government in any meaningful way, this business partnership is done. And long story short, a whole bunch of bad different trades, and ultimately, I how do I put it? It varies on how much actual people knew, how much his own son knew, and how much other individuals knew within the actual firm itself, or the other factors and other individuals who were around the actual events that would eventually occur. But Grant is screwed, just to put it plainly. The best way that I could understand this process or explain this process, because it's simple and complicated, but in a lot of ways what ends up happening is they end up buying debt. And specifically, it's kind of like, here, we'll give you this as collateral for this, and in which case we'll buy this particular debt from this particular person in the hopes that they might pay it off and get more money that way, because it's one of those complicated venues and ventures. But ultimately, it's also something extra too, which makes them look like they actually are pretty prominent individuals. I don't know how it works personally, to be quite honest with you. I'm not a financial scholar, and their financial firm ultimately is going to be basically bankrupt in every sense of the word. All these loans are going to be coming through, and they're all backed up by, relatively speaking, the collateral that is Ulysses S. Grant. And all these investments would go very, very bad, and the firm itself would go bankrupt, and it's very unfortunate, to be quite honest with you, losing more than $100,000 to bankruptcy. Grant did not know anything about what was going on specifically, I will say that, and his son, it's still debated to this day, how much people actually knew specifically, I would say. And like I said, it depends on the individuals. It's all history, and I don't know every single personal detail. Like, I don't know what his wife was thinking at this particular point in time, specifically during this particular event. There's not a lot of writing on that specifically, but the whole point being that Grant's gonna end up basically paying the price for this. And it's cool to have rich friends, though. He had a friend named William Vanderbilt. I don't want to say friend, but associate, I guess you could say. He called upon him specifically and asked him to give him a personal loan of $150,000. Ultimately, long story short, to just be quite honest with you, because this is pretty interesting, Ward will go to prison and go to jail for a lot of the crimes. Grant will lose basically all his money and ultimately have to pay back the loan with a lot of memorabilia, specifically war memorabilia of his that he gives to Vanderbilt, and Vanderbilt just gives it to the Congress and the federal government specifically. It's like, these are gonna be fucking these are for us today in the modern age, specifically historical artifacts for the most part, which is cool for Vanderbilt. Times were tough, especially living in New York, in the city. It's not very, very good and financially cheap by any stretch of the imagination. But for Ulysses S. Grant, things were difficult. He would rely on a lot of friends for financial support, and he just struggled because was a former president to do in terms of just trying to find a job. And it'd be demeaning to work in a store. Like, I ran this country one day, and now I'm just you have to think about it. For Ulysses S. Grant, it's very I was getting paid $50,000 a year to be the president, and now I got nothing. It's rough, very rough times for the Grants, to be quite honest with you. So he's basically just trying to find whatever he can do, And ultimately, he talks to his old buddy, Mark Twain. Mark, actually, first and foremost, he liked to tell stories. He always talked about his old war stories, the Mexican-American War, the Civil War, and a whole bunch of different life endeavors. And as a way for him to generate income, Grant was asked by the local magazine, I believe it might have been Century Magazine, to write articles about his experiences, specifically in the Civil War, and that helped keep him afloat for a little bit. And it became very clear that he really enjoyed money, and basically a lot of money that came along with it. It was really interesting. A lot of people ate these stories up left and right, the great general himself, and he decided, maybe I should write a book. Maybe I should write my memoirs, Century Magazine actually had attempted to push him to write a book specifically, but Mark Twain gave a better offer through his own publishing company. So Grant decides, okay, cool, this is pretty good. So he starts writing his book. He starts writing his memoirs very, very slowly. And, around this particular time, he's in his 60s by now. So, he's not as sharp as he once was. Memory's trying to go for him. And it's unfortunate because one day, Ulysses S. Grant ultimately ends up getting word. He has a sore throat. He has a sore throat one day. And he's had a sore throat for quite a while, in fairness. Probably say for at least a year or two, quite a while. But he goes unchecked. So then he goes to see a doctor, and the doctor gave him what can only be described as numbing news. He had esophagus, cancer of the esophagus and the throat, which is why a lot of the issues were occurring around this particular point in time. It's tragic. Decades of smoking, imagine 10 cigars a day, it's gonna catch up to you, for quite a while. He was very grim and very, I guess you could say, in a fascinating perspective. At first he was really sad and depressed, but at the same time, he was determined. He had really dogged determination, I guess you could say. Like, I'm gonna get that ball, And his greatest concern once he got that news was ultimately the inheritance and the future financial situation for his family, because he felt like a failure for his family in every sense of the word. But if he could do one little thing before he can leave his family, ultimately, is to make sure that they were gonna be financially secure. So when he gets word of this, Ulysses S. Grant signs that contract. He basically says he's gonna write his book, etc., with Mark Twain, yada yada. Signs it on the he already signed it before, but he's like, I'm getting way too behind and ahead of myself. Sorry. He signs his contract, gets word of his cancer, and then goes full bore into the book itself. From February, when he got the news, all the way to July, Ulysses S. Grant wrote feverishly, as well as any human being possibly could. He would write about 2 volumes of his life and his life's work within that span of about 5 months, or 4 to 5 months at that point in time. You have to understand, too, all the while, he is completely deteriorating, physically deteriorating. Pain starts really racking him left and right, and every day he's just getting worse and worse and worse. There's at points where he could be on morphine, but ends up refusing it because morphine would actually alleviate the pain, but at the same time, it clouds his judgment and makes him unable to write for most of the day. So he writes through the pain, through everything. He would lose his voice, and just refused to give up, to be quite honest with you. July 19th of 1885, Ulysses S. Grant will finally finish his memoirs, finish his books. He then, because he can't really speak at this point, he writes to his doctor, "My life is precious, of course, to my family, and would be to me if I could entirely recover. There never was more one willing to go than I." And he's in the tranquil environment of the androgenax. I can't pronounce that, to be honest with you. It was the ADIRONDACK was calming, but ultimately Ulysses S. Grant, by July 19th, he's on his deathbed, and slowly, cancer basically just robbed him of anything that he couldn't speak. There's actually famous pictures of Ulysses S. Grant on a porch, writing with a pen and pencil, wrapped in blankets. And, picture's one thing, but in reality, Ulysses S. Grant could not have been more physically broken, deteriorated in any sense of the word. On July 24th, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Ulysses S. Grant will die. The book is going to be a very huge success, but I'll get to that in just a second. He will be buried, or first he was taken to Albany, past West Point. And when his coffin drove and went past West Point, the troops saluted as he went past. He would then go on to New York City, where he was buried. the book itself and the memoirs were an overwhelming success. The Grant memoirs ended up making a profit of about $450,000, which is about the 70% profit that he was supposedly supposed to be guaranteed with Mark Twain's contract and his publishing company. Ulysses S. Grant, our 18th president. He is tombed, one of the largest tombs, Grant's monument in Manhattan. Many people, when he went to New York City, about 1.5 million citizens in New York City alone, went to view the procession. Many of the towns, big cities, everywhere in the entire country. Like I said before, he's one of the more popular presidents of our lifetime, to be honest, and one that we tend to forget about. They all mourn. They all hold their ceremonies, and they all commemorate the life and accomplishment of our 18th president, Ulysses S. Grant. Hear him, Ulysses S. Grant. So, let's talk about it. What is the life and legacy of Ulysses? Hiram Ulysses S. Grant, Mr. Hugs himself. Ulysses, okay, look, let me put it this way. There are certain presidents that have a more compilation of information on them than other presidents. When I did my episodes on, Pierce, like I said before, it's really difficult to find a lot of information, to be quite honest, on certain people and certain presidents. But, Grant is one where there's a shit ton of books, shit tons of biographies. I read 2 of them, and then I also read my, I guess you could say, presidential compilation book, and I've read a couple articles, and, a whole bunch of different people have differing opinions on Ulysses S. Grant. It's kind of funny. More or less, a lot of people tend to have, I guess you could say, streamlined thoughts on certain presidents and certain figures and certain people. It's kind of like you're very, even like let me put it to you this way. The most books I've read about on certain presidents and historical figures were George Washington and Andrew Jackson. Those are the 2 I read the most books on. And it's funny, when I read books about George Washington, that are all positive. Even the most critical books on George Washington tends to come with the caveat that, yeah, this guy was pretty badass, to be quite honest with you. And I thought it was interesting because, when I read books about Andrew Jackson, a lot of people historically tend to look at Andrew Jackson as a complicated, very, racist, monstrous figure. But basically every single biography I read about Andrew Jackson, they eventually came to the same realization that I did, that I was just like, if you want a populist person, if you want someone, where you want to hear both sides of the story, you can't look at Andrew Jackson other than anything less than, I guess you could say, pretty solid, competent, populist, working class, labor endorsing kind of president. A solid man overall, for the most part, that although he did kill, I think he's the only president that killed anyone in cold blood, it's generally considered he should be one of the better presidents, and Grant is one that, I could read. I read 2 books on him only, specifically. One book is very pro-Grant. The other one is in the more of an honest, I guess you could say, perspective of Ulysses S. Grant. And a couple of research papers, they go all over the place. They tend to talk about one perspective of Ulysses S. Grant very positively, and then then they also talk about the reality that, how many presidents have this many issues and this many scandals and this many problems within the entirety of their presidency, and one of the research paper also talks about Ulysses S. Grant's, the biggest issues. It really wasn't, and which is the whole point I made earlier, that it wasn't specifically there's different leaders that are attuned to more different things. I might not be, like for instance, for me, I might not be a great teacher, but if I could lead someone in, say, being a manager at this specific place, who knows? People work differently in different types of situations, things, etc., etc. And Grant is one that it is abundantly clear his style is aggressively suited to be the commander-in-chief of armed forces. And specifically the commander-in-chief of armed forces, one who can dictate certain things and be directly there with the army, military, etc., etc. And the problem is that I think Grant is someone that, look, I can't put it effectively in words. The best way I could probably put it is, I think in a situation like war, you have to choose your best people, regardless of situations, yada yada yada. Like, he's not going to choose anyone but Sherman to do the Southern battles, I guess you could say, in the Southern, basically just rampant, fucking let's just go, And the presidency, I think he challenges and takes that very differently. I think if he chose a different approach to it, he would have chosen a whole bunch of different people in his cabinet, for instance, that wouldn't have been or had any political issues, I guess one could say. And the truth and reality is that, when it came to war, he's a completely different person than he would be in private life or in general hit the presidency. I look at Ulysses S. Grant as one of two different people, to be quite honest with you. As someone in the military, as a military leader, by all accounts, he's a very strong individual, very capable of it. And I think he just approaches it very differently, to be quite honest with you, Like I said, he's a fatalist in a lot of ways in the Mexican-American War. He understands war. He understands that very well. He does not understand politics, and I don't think he understands everybody. And I think if you're going to be the president, you have to understand everybody, understand every single situation. And I think he understands people much better than, other presidents and other people. But, when I compare him to, say, Abraham Lincoln, you feel something very different. It's not because of the inexperience, etc., etc., because Abraham Lincoln, let's be honest, was just as inexperienced, but it just seems like he was incapable of, making the correct decisions. I'd be very interested to see if Ulysses S. Grant could have hypothetically and possibly been the president during the Civil War, if somehow he ended up becoming the president, because I actually think he probably would have done okay. Strange enough, I think in times of conflict and war, he probably would have made the right decisions. But relatively speaking, in peacetime, it just seemed like he was very, very hands off, at least for what I would probably expect him to be, what most people would probably expect him to be. This is the time where you need to be hands on deck. You need to focus on trying to figure out what the hell to do in the South instead of trying to, put out fires after fires of all your cabinet members left and right, and it's just strange, You think someone who would have been this great military leader in a lot of ways, I think ultimately struggled. I wouldn't say failed, but I would say struggled as a president, and specifically in doing a lot of the things that I think that made him be an effective military leader, he did not do as a president. Things like choosing the right people and choosing people clearly that are going to benefit you in the long run, because you're not a no-nonsense person. You're not going to choose people just because they're your home skillets and your homeboys and your home body buddies. You know what I'm saying, fam? Despite that fundamental problem and that fundamental issue, was he a failure as a president, though? That's the question. What is the legacy that he's going to leave? Because the legacy he's going to leave, at least with the Revolutionary War and historically, is always going to be the man who quite literally defeated slavery. He's always going to be good in my book for that. I think this is where it's going to get interesting, because Ulysses S. Grant has two legacies. He's always going to be looked positively because of the war, no matter what. And despite all the scandals and whatnot, had they been more blown out of proportion, I think history would have looked a little bit differently on Ulysses S. Grant. But ultimately, he'll always be looked fondly upon. I think that's just going to be a fact. And the truth is, I think he is a good man, ultimately. Complicated, but I think ultimately a good man. And then, I don't know, you have to go and ask the question then, Was he a terrible president? Was he a good president? I don't know. That's truly my answer, because the truth is if I had to give you an actual genuine answer, I would say that there are a lot of great things he did as a president. He's going to be the last president until Eisenhower to basically put federal troops in the South specifically, and ultimately send in federal troops in various different places to stop excessive levels of violence during the Reconstruction period and help protect the rights of black people within the country and the community. And, he's pushing for so many things that are going to help support the black people, while also at least an attempt to try and coerce the white Southerners to basically be like, hey man, I'm here to help you, please don't fight back, and if you want to vote for us, don't vote for us, but do not aggressively resist. If you don't aggressively resist, then we're going to be cool. You understand me, fam? He's trying to play both sides of the coin, and the truth is, at least on that aspect, he will always be 100% right, on the right side of history, at least in those terms, and he's always going to push for that. History will not mistaken that in any way sense, or history will not mistaken that at all, at least when it comes to Ulysses S. Grant. And if anything, that's been the one thing that's been pushing him up historically in the last, I would say, decade or so, in the eyes of many historical, I guess you could say, just historians, great historical people, and people who, like the C-SPAN poll, he moved up like 12 spots or something crazy like that. In the 2017 poll, little things like that, it's fascinating. He's never going to be looked out and looked on, as someone that's a racist or anything like that. You will never confuse him for anything like that, to be quite honest. But, what else? I mean, that's basically it, though, in a lot of ways. Everything else that you can look at Ulysses S. Grant and his presidency could be considered also an abject failure, and that's just an unfortunate reality. Financial problems, scandal after scandal after scandal, and a lot of these things he couldn't do nothing. And let's be honest, a lot of these scandals really are slightly overblown. A lot of them tend to be, and a lot of them tend to be really overblown because they, especially with the Democratic majority in the House, to just overly emphasize Grant as being the person who appointed these people. And yes, he absolutely does deserve blame for basically appointing a lot of these people, but at the same time, it's like, what can you do? Grant is the unfortunate recipient of, like most presidents, for a lot of the things, a lot of the corruption, etc., that they probably had nothing to do with, and ultimately ends up getting the blame for it. And Grant genuinely is the one president, I would say, as of right now. I'd have to look at other presidents, and when I do a lot of these episodes, you will come to find, but at the very least, when you talk about a president who is dealing with some semblance and some level of corruption, he's generally one that probably has nothing to do with it, to be quite honest with you. You want to talk about other presidents that have a whole bunch of different things, a whole bunch of different problems, that are going to deal with their own levels of corruption, etc., etc. Grant's not going to be one of these people. He's going to be one of the individuals that I think morally tried to do the right thing and ultimately just got screwed over by people failing him left and right, ultimately. A lot of people that were his friends, and eventually, and like I said later, a lot of his family members, and then it's just going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult, to be quite honest with you, and it's really difficult, which is a big reason why I don't know how to rate presidency. I say this a lot with a lot of different presidents, but ultimately with him, it's, what do I choose and what do I believe is the more perspective good thing in terms of what makes a good president. Is it just being on the right side of history? Is it valuing the Constitution above all else? Because if you want to talk about what a president should do, I don't know, but I would say that the whole point of these branches of the government is that people are supposed to have some fundamental legitimacy within the government and also do what the Constitution is supposed to do. And ultimately, a lot of different people have different perspectives on the Constitution. A lot of different people have different perspectives on what the president should be. And ultimately, my opinion's really moot because I don't know. I look at him positively because of him always going to be, no matter what happens, to be on the right side of history. But at the same time, too, you cannot overlook the reality of, the economic collapse, the frustrations of a whole bunch of different people, the scandals. You have to understand, people were broke, poor. When you're a person living in, say, 1874, in Missouri, or you're living in New York, and you're probably broke because you lost your job at the family and or at the factory, and things are just not looking good for you. And what do you do? And is that the idea of a good president? I don't think that would be, personally, to be quite honest with you. And it's tough, If I could end on one final note, I think you could tell a lot about a person when they experience true trauma. And I don't want to say true trauma, but I think, when something really tragic happens in your life, I think it's really emblematic of the kind of individual and person you are in a lot of ways. And every time something tragic happened, Ulysses S. Grant, for better or worse, ultimately I think was someone that wanted to do better, to be better, to push himself to be better, and ultimately wanted to be good. And I think he just wanted to do the right thing all the time, genuinely speaking. For better or worse, when all these scandals happen, he ultimately ends up making a lot of the right decisions. He ultimately ends up doing the right thing. And even when it's unnecessary, he's like, I will testify in Congress, etc., because I want to clear this up as much as possible. This is why I say he's a good man. He's shown it time and time again. He's shown the genuine level of empathy, sympathy. It's tough. Because I think there's a lot of people and a lot of, when you look at history and look at, for instance, war generals that send men to die just to gain a couple hundred yards, say in World War I, or certain positions of World War II, there's not a lot of empathy or sympathy there. But Grant will weep for his men. He will cry for his men. He will feel the pain and suffering that they feel throughout just his entire time during the Civil War as a general, as a leader for the most part. When Ulysses S. Grant is on his deathbed, basically, he fights tooth and nail to never give up and to write his memoirs so that, he can sell it as one last little thing that he can do for his family. Because he knows he's a failure as a businessman, as a man in a lot of ways, to support his family. But ultimately, if you could do one thing that will work, that will always work, that will functionally always work, he's going to do it. And ultimately, he did. And his family will be set up for quite some time, to be quite honest with you. And he would die, basically, doing that and finishing that effort. Dying 5 days after writing. I will say this. Ulysses S. Grant is one of the few presidents and one of the few individuals in history that I think, who he is as a person and who he is as an individual, almost akin to Abraham Lincoln in a lot of ways, I think should be remembered more than the acts, the legacy, the good and the bad of the things that, he could do. Abraham Lincoln's a little bit different because he can always be known as the great emancipator for freeing the slaves left and right. But you know what? Ulysses S. Grant can have this legacy. He can have the legacy of being a truly good man, a man of honor, a man who would, for all intents and purposes, try and do things with integrity, to try and be as honest as he possibly could, to try and do things that he felt were right. And ultimately, he will always have this legacy as the man who defeated slavery. Boom. Thank you guys for listening. If you guys like this, listen. If you don't, eat biscuits. But other than that, have a great day, y'all.